try to do something here. Good. So welcome once again, and we're going to have a very packed morning session where inspiring speakers will be sharing their insights on some of the strategies they have applied in resource mobilization. And I want to congratulate all of you as we begin, because you have taken this step to be exceptional change makers in the work that you do. And that is because resource mobilization is not for everyone. A lot of times in organizations, you'll find that it is the CEO, it is the founder, it is the fundraising manager who is concerned about resource mobilization. So it sometimes becomes a smooth ride for those who have settled at lower positions, because the stress is not as much. But when you're a founder, you know the stress that comes with not having enough resources to do projects. And so I want to give you a little bit of a background about Moema Action Posts and who I am. My name is Boniface Moema Harrison, and I'm the founder and executive director of Moema Action Posts. And I've prepared a bit of slides here so that I can show you some of the work that we do. But essentially, Moema Action Posts is a social enterprise whose mission is to inspire action on social issues through empowering people with knowledge. We do that through targeted capacity building and training, as the one we are having today. And we also do that through knowledge management, that is through awareness creation, advocacy campaigns, and we collaborate with several organizations to do our work in that line of knowledge management. We also write articles, we do video content creation, social media advocacy, grassroots events, and that is the methodology that we use to implement our work. Additionally, we also offer services to other organizations and individuals. Yeah, so let me try to connect this just a minute so that we can have the slides up. Yep, should be very fast. Okay, so Renee, can you still get me clearly?
Yes, Boniface, can get you clearly.
Wonderful, wonderful, that's good. Let me have this.
Great, as you have Moema connecting and sharing the slides. Once again, I would like to welcome you to this workshop today, the Resource-Smart Changemakers Workshop, where we are aiming to empower with the youth with the resource mobilization skills for advocacy and community development. And as we were doing the virtual networking, we were just checking in as Moema mentioned, confirm all over Kenya. And I believe we all are. And once again, just to welcome us, and because we started officially, just continue doing the session. Yeah, I'd like to request all of us to have our yeah, let's
Mia Lucia is
you can help me with that to mute. Yeah, but as we continue with the session, yeah, let us have our mics off. So we'll have a different question and answer as we continue with the session. Yeah, I can see our speakers have already started joining in, and so yeah, thank you, Asena. Yeah, we are working on that to ensure everyone is muted. And just to mention, because the session is going to be quite packed, and you know, when you wait for the last session to have the Q&A, please let's keep them coming in the chat box so that you can have them addressed as we continue, and then at the end of it all, as we head to our live pitch, then we are going to have a good time to have the interaction. So karibuni sana and welcome to this workshop, and yeah, I'll give it back to Mwema. I see the presentation is ready.
Great. Thank you very much. So about Mwema Action Post, I already mentioned to you earlier that we inspire action on social issues through empowering people with knowledge. And also I had reached the point where we're sharing our services, where we offer services in proposal writing, grants, projects, research, and policy briefs. We also do training and capacity building in climate action, digital skills, and civic engagement. Those are our thematic areas. We also do digital media services, that's brand SEO, articles, social media management, graphic designs, and communication strategy. We have done quite a lot with our clients so far. And I was just giving a brief introduction about resource mobilization and how serious this topic is, and also how exclusive this discussion is, because we agree that without resources, we cannot be able to make significant social impact in our communities. Because a real change maker is one who can implement a project from start to finish and impact people. And impact is measurable change that happens in people's lives because of an initiative that they needed. So we are in the mission of empowering ourselves with the right knowledge and skills, so that when we complete this workshop, when we go back to organizations, we apply practical skills that we have gained from the facilitators who will be here for the day. And I thank them very much for accepting to be part of this initiative. They are people with quite extensive experience, I can tell you. You will hear from their bios and even from their presentations. So let us be keen and engaging with them. Let's make use of the chat box. Let's make use of the session where we'll be having a Q&A session to engage with them and connect with them. We have just seen that we can do a lot with social media, with digital platforms, because some of you are joining us from different parts of the country. I can see one is from Kwale. You've just had a conversation with people from Eldoret, others are in Mombasa. So let us also leverage this platform that we have to connect with one another. We can share email addresses, LinkedIn, the profiles, so that we can see what each other is doing. I also am very grateful to our partners who have seen it worthy to be part of this initiative. The Youth for SDGs Kenya, Sabiko Group of Friends, Code Sana Arts, and Paid, who have also been part of this planning and today the implementation. So I would like to thank you very much and welcome you very much to this session once again. Let's make it worth it. Let's make it engaging. Let's also share the perspectives that we have when the speakers will be presenting. I think at this point, according to the schedule, Serena, you can advise me. I think we can proceed to the next session.
Yes. Thank you, Boniface, for that amazing presentation. Yeah, and just to get to the next session immediately. Yeah, we have our first presenter, a very resourceful lady called Mary Yvonne Ododa. So Mary, as you prepare to start off, we are just going to give a quick intro and also Art of Living. Yeah, maybe you could mute your mic just in case it starts doing that thing. So we have our first speaker coming in as Mary Yvonne Odada, it's Ododa, who's going to now kick off the session for us. And her session will now be on understanding resource mobilization for youth-led community development and SDG advocacy, which will be a very good way of starting the entire session by just understanding how this is happening. And Mary is a development specialist and also the executive director at Nuru Trust Network. So we are going to welcome her. Mary, you can confirm, if you can hear me.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. And so we are going to have this session with you. So if you are ready, maybe we can start. Thank you. Karibu sana, Mary.
Thank you so much. Let me share my screen. Please let me know once you can confirm that you can see my presentation. Are you able to see my screen? No.
Yes, I can see the screen is coming. It's just loading, so I believe all is well.
Fantastic. And I hope I'm audible enough. I'm trying to make sure that.
Now we have it. Now we have it.
Fantastic. Give me a moment. I just take it to the presentation mode. All right. So good morning, everybody. Thank you so much once again for the warm welcome. As mentioned, my name is Mary Yvonne Odada, and I'm the executive director of an organization called Nuru Trust Network. We are a network partner to Youth for SDGs Kenya. And this morning, I have the privilege of taking you through understanding resource mobilization for youth-led community development and SDG advocacy. So just to give you a brief background to also see how we connect to Youth for SDGs, Nuru was founded in Kenya just a little bit over a decade ago, and we support grassroots organizations and civil societies across sub-Saharan Africa, whereby we focus on empowering youth and women through community-led interventions, whereby we promote education, digital inclusion, as well as economic empowerment. And our activities are aligned with the UN SDGs as well as Agenda 2063 from the African Union. And we also partner with other global organizations to amplify resources and expertise, whereby we are able to enable marginalized communities to build resilience and sustainability. Our contact details will be at the very end of the slide, so please feel free to reach out. So let me start off by setting the context. I know a lot of us are very familiar with some of the shortfalls that we have on the continent, but just to give you a snapshot, I want to start off with a quote that I read a couple of days ago, which I resonate with, and I'm very vocal about this. And it's from Professor Amarant Ban, who is the head of social impact at Stellenbosch University in South Africa. And he basically say that Africa's youth are constantly being told that they are the future. That's not a compliment, but it's a polite way of saying not now. And if African youth keep on waiting for systems to be able to work it out that we are invited into the system, we will wait forever. So the reality on the ground, and this is based off stats from African Development Bank, and these are just the young people that have been put into consideration. So you can imagine there's so many areas where I know a lot of research still needs to be done. But as at right now, there are 23.6 million young people who are unemployed across the continent, and 121 million who are not in education, employment, or training. 3 in 4 of working youth are in insecure jobs, and 1 in 3 are below the median wage in their respective country. This is not to mention the development space, the informal space, So you can just imagine how bleak some of these statistics are looking. So let's just get straight into it. I'm going to share with you some of the strategies that that I believe that youth-led organizations or youth-centric organizations need to sort of re-strategize and have a look at when it comes to getting resources for the issues that you care about in your community. So I'm going to start off from a local perspective. And one of the key things that is gaining traction quite a bit is having a look at the kind of work that you're doing from a quadruple P model. And for those who are not familiar with that, that stands for public, private, philanthropy, and people. So on the public side, depending on which country you come from, there are youth funds that are available locally from the government. I know in Kenya we do have quite a few. So this is one of the ways that now also depending on the type of work that you're doing, this is one of the ways that that organizations are able to source for funding. The second P stands for private, whereby we are seeing a lot of the private sector now coming into play because one of the key things that businesses are discovering is that if the community is not doing well, then there's no money to move around. So a lot of them are supporting community initiatives. And they range from financial institutions to SMEs, whereby it's not necessarily the money that they can also give, but also in kind. We've seen a lot of tree planting activities, donation of laptops, donation of water tanks. So this is one of the key ways that youth-led organizations can also pursue. The third P stands for philanthropy. This is getting quite pronounced on the African continent, and a lot of community foundations, especially from the West, are pledging funds and pledging support for grassroots organizations that are working directly um, with communities. And LinkedIn is a really good platform for you to be able to engage with them, for you to be able to see when they put out their calls or when they put out a request for organizations to either send a letter of intent or a concept note. There's quite a number of them there. And the fourth P stands for people, where grassroots networks are coming together to contribute resources through crowdfunding. And this is proving to be quite effective, as this is also one of the key ways that donors are having a look at what sort of impact is on the ground and what can we support. So instead of just supporting one organization, which leads me to my next point on consortiums and coalitions, this has become very pronounced, whereby donors are seeking for collective efforts. Donors are having a look at, if you are in the wash space, for instance, are you able to partner with another organization, share resources, and considering you're working towards the same goal, or if you have a similar vision, then it's easier for a donor to see your impact, your data, and to have a look at, okay, what is the long-term sustainability plan, considering these organizations have come together to be able to address a particular challenge in a society. So I normally vouch for consortiums, as that is one of the key ways that I've seen quite a big impact being done in communities. And then the last bit that I want to talk about from a local perspective is movement building. Just to give an example from Kenya, we saw this with the femicide movement a couple of months ago. And this amplifies visibility, whereby different organizations come together, not necessarily registered, but they've come together for a certain cause. And this tends to unlock resources that normally will then flow to small, isolated organizations. So when you are addressing a similar issue in a society, sometimes being in a movement actually does help. Because let's say one organization is very good in M&E, another one is very good in comms, another one is very good in resource mobilization. Then when you come together, you put all those strengths and you're able to amplify the impact of exactly what you want to do. And the key advice that I usually share with other youth organizations is the fact that when you're packaging your solution, you need to make sure that you don't move away from what your vision and your goal is, but at the same time, package it in a way that investors or partners or donors cannot ignore what you are doing. Now, moving on to the regional aspect in terms of the various platforms that are available. I'm not so sure how many of us are familiar with some of the challenges that institutions like the African Development Bank put out, or African Union. They do have quite a number of resources for youth-led organizations, and they might not be as pronounced, but if you when you are mapping out your stakeholders and your donors and your partners, these are some of the key partners that I truly believe that we should have a look at, because it's reached a point whereby the donor funding landscape is really changing. So we need to have a look at the resources that we have within our continent. And these are some of the organizations that actually have. There's also partnerships with regional economic bodies. For instance, I know Youth for SDGs Kenya is a partner to COMESA. We are also a partner to COMESA, and we've been able to carry out a number of activities in different countries across the continent. And they're always willing and open to talk to youth organizations to try and see what they can do or how they can support the initiatives. It might not necessarily be in money, but I know they're always open for a conversation to try and see where your mission where it aligns, what sort of goals you can achieve together, or whether you are in peace and security, whether you are in economic empowerment, agriculture. All these regional economic bodies are always open to talk to young people. The third one is cross-border youth networks. This is also one of the ways that Nuru has seen that we can support marginalized communities. So we do have organizations in our network that partner with other grassroots networks within the East African region. And this has proven quite effective, especially when you're working within the same space, where it's easier to channel resources as donors can see the type of impact that you have, which goes from one country to the next. And what happens in Kenya in terms of like being in an underserved area can be similar to what other youth-led organizations are experiencing, be it in Tanzania or Uganda. And when you merge your resources together, your vision, or come together to have an activity or a project that cross-cuts two countries for bigger impact, that has attracted a number of donors. So there's an organization called AfriLabs. I suggest we all have a look at them. They do fund activities whereby resources have been pulled together. And then there's also YALI, and I've seen there's a representative from YALI who'll speak after me, so I'm sure they can expound more a bit on that. And the fourth point that I wanted to share is the regional private sector, whereby there's CSR budgets that have been set aside for youth innovation. And they range from fintechs I've listed here, such as Safaricom, EcoBank. There's also telcos, whereby they also support tech-related activities. And again, depending on the kind of work that you do, there are a number of various partners across the continent and across the region that can support the work that we are doing. From an international perspective, what has been gaining traction? World Bank released a report last year that said that from the diaspora, approximately $1 billion was remitted back to the continent for various things. So you can imagine that is quite a bit of money that is coming in, whereby it can also be targeted for youth-led activities. And there are some organizations formed in the diaspora that are specifically supporting activities back here. And again, when you are carrying out your stakeholder mapping, it's important to see. So, for instance, we're Kenyans. If you just do a quick Google search, where are Kenyans mostly based in? Off the top of my head, it should be UK and the US. There are diaspora organizations that have been formed. So it can be an organization that supports education. It can be an organization that supports food security. And this has been a very instrumental way that I have personally seen work for some of our grassroots communities. There are also platforms. I'm sure a lot of us on the call are familiar with GoFundMe. There's also Global Giving. There's Mchanga, the one that we have here. So a lot of these platforms or avenues can support youth causes. The second one is global challenges and competitions. This is also becoming an avenue that is attracting a lot of young people, especially when you have a social venture, whereby you are able to showcase the work that you're doing in terms of impact and data and metrics. And when you present this to such organizations, such as the HALT Prize, the UNICEF Innovation Fund, Climate Launchpad was open a couple of months ago. They are able to come in and support the work that you're doing. Sometimes unrestricted grant. At times it can come through via an investment or a loan. They package it in different ways. So I think that is worth having a look at. And then when it comes to international partnerships, this is an avenue Nuru Trust has benefited quite a bit, whereby we packaged ourselves in terms of us being an international partner to embassies that want to carry out activities here. So when you have a look at embassies such as the Finnish embassy, Slovakia, a lot of the European ones, they always have a fund that they have a call for proposal either every year or twice a year, depending on the thematic area based on the bilateral agreement, as well as what that country is interested in, where you can apply and align it with SDGs, because a lot of the international organizations are aligned to sustainable development goals. And this has been one of the key ways that grassroots organizations have been able to be supported. The fourth point is on leveraging your data and storytelling. This is quite impactful. It's a very impactful way as opposed to sending a million reports. And people are very visual. So if you're able to share your story, if you're able to share the work that you're doing in reels, in a documentary, in a photo book, this has been quite compelling in a way that you're able to get into spaces that probably other organizations are not. And this has been beneficial, whereby your story can be shared across various platforms, and it's a bit easier to get partners. It's a bit easier to showcase your visibility and put you at the forefront. So whereby, so if you are in climate justice, organizations that fund or support such activities are able to remember you quickly, as opposed to sending a report. Not that reports are bad, but storytelling just takes you a step higher. And then volunteering and skills exchange. I really think it's important that all of us in this space volunteer at some point in our lives. These so not only from an expertise building place, but also just to understand what communities are experiencing, also just putting yourself out there to now be able to, can I say, match up? So the issues that are on the ground, and you being able to now frame it in a way that it responds to some of the frameworks that we have on the continent and the SDGs. And there are some organizations whereby when your tenure for volunteering is done, they can actually support your activities back home. This is depending if you happen to leave the country or if you happen to leave the space that you are in. I know Peace Child International is very big on this. I actually volunteered with them back when I started off my career, and they placed me in West Africa for a whole year. So there's so much that I learned, and a lot of how I view life has been shaped through that experience. VSO is also putting out opportunities consistently. So I do think that these are spaces that also young people should have a look at. So I'm going to share with you some case studies of organizations that basically did not wait for the funding, but started doing work, and the funding came along the way. So the first one, I'm not so sure how many of us are familiar with Vision Bearers. This is an organization right here in Mathare, whereby it's formed by ex-gang members that reclaimed a garbage dump and converted it into a hydroponic farm. It expanded into pig rearing, tilapia fish farming, and they have a car wash business. They've also started a feeding program providing meals to 150 children every single week. And they've created sustainable for youth who are once involved in crime. They've been able to showcase that urban waste spaces can become hubs for food security and enterprise. The second activity rather, I want to share with you is a hackathon that was conducted about 2 years ago with the International Labour Organization. This was carried out in Nakuru, where 53 young participants developed AI-driven solutions for the local problems. And they were also able to have Kiswahili chatbots to make tech tech accessible. This was able, the impact from this was that young people were equipped with hands-on AI coding and problem-solving skills. And from a resource angle, the hackathon proved that Africa's biggest untapped resource is youth creativity, using local languages and low-cost tech, and they turned ideas into AI solutions for real community needs. The third one I want to share with you is Bongo, which I think a lot of us are familiar with. And this came about, it's a youth-led social enterprise that started off in Tanzania. And it basically came about because they saw that millions of African children are lacking access to quality education, especially in rural and low-income households. From this, they have been able to blend content that has storytelling with lessons in math, science, and life skills, and they have different dissemination channels where they're reaching 11 million children weekly across 9 African countries. So they were able to leverage African storytelling traditions and affordable media channels to reach millions at low cost. So how then do we approach this? Start small, prove the value that you have. Piloting projects is always a good idea. Then you can use evidence to attract partners. Leverage the quadruple P model that I shared earlier on, and align your work with the Sustainable Development Goals, whereby you are framing your work in a global language that funders and governments can understand. Use data and storytelling, and then join or build consortiums whereby you are collaborating with peers to access bigger resources. And I'm a big believer in seeking non-traditional funding, such as the ones that we discussed, the competition, the microgrants, crowdfunding, social enterprise, among others. So I like giving real life examples as opposed to just the theoretical bit. And I want to highlight 4 organizations, starting off with Shujaz Incorporated. These guys have been doing some amazing work, whereby they started off as a media platform using Sheng to share life skills in the form of comics. They've been able to employ young people, and they've now scaled into a multi-platform enterprise through partnerships with huge organizations such as UNICEF, the private sector, and now they reach 9.6 million young East Africans with content that drives behavior change in the different sectors. And some of the SDGs that they align themselves with include SDG 4, SDG 8, and SDG 3. There's also a Young Africa, which is a regional organization whereby, because we all speak about the youth bulge, we all speak about unemployment, they have been able to train young people to be in self-employment. And as a result of this, the way they packaged themselves, they aligned with SDG 4 and SDG 1. There's Devatop Center in Nigeria, whereby they reach over 1 million people, addressing SDG 5 and SDG 16. And then there's Harambe in South Africa, where they help young people find employment through training, helping them to rework their resumes, their LinkedIn profiles, and they have aligned themselves with SDG 8, which is on decent work. So what does the future of resource mobilization look like in terms of the trends and just in terms of like what we are seeing on the continent? One of the key things is having a look at blending your resource mobilization models. So don't only go for grants. There are investments that are happening on the continent. Have a social enterprise arm. This is always a sustainable way to be able to support the projects that you're doing. And crowdfunding, and this will enable us to reduce on donor dependency. When it comes to digital fundraising, this is also a very prevalent platform that is now getting quite a bit of traction across the continent. So not only like the big 5 countries on the continent, but this is gaining more visibility, it's gaining more trust. And I think that this is an area that youth-led organizations need to be able to take advantage of. I emphasize on the data-driven advocacy, whereby we use evidence and impact dashboards to influence policy and unlocking resources that normally we will not have been able to get to. And then the South to South collaboration, which I am a big fan of, where we get to scale solutions across African countries by sharing models and resources regionally. So just looking within. And I do believe that youth should be co-investors as well, whereby we're shifting from just being beneficiaries, but also stakeholders in the landscape that we are in. And the last point on this is the movement-based funding, whereby we can build broad coalitions around the causes that we're passionate about, or the causes that we are working on to attract solidarity and resources globally. So my call to action as I wind up is we need to be resource smart, whereby we are turning what we have into what we need. So repackaging, re-strategizing, having a look at what the landscape looks like and addressing the issues that we can currently see. We need to be advocacy driven, whereby our voices should be impossible to ignore. So again, this goes back to visibility. It goes back to how you position yourself, and ideally who you approach, and how reliable you are in your community, how you need to be trustworthy in the spaces that you work in. Also be collaborative, whereby we are building movements and not working in silos. And my last comment will be, the future does not belong to the well-resourced, it belongs to the resourceful. So I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I know I've gone a bit fast, but please feel free to reach out. We are more than happy to talk, we're more than happy to engage, and we're more than happy to share resources as well. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
I thank you so much. Yeah, I can see a lot of claps coming in, and yeah, that shows the intensity and the value that has come from the session. Thank you so much, Mary, for that great presentation, not only in the content, but also in how you had arranged your presentation, and a great call to action. And I think as I prepare Boniface to come in, I'd just like to mention that as Mary mentioned, that it's not just a matter of presenting, because also for her organization, she's been able to have a number of international partnerships from the UK to the US. And we also congratulate her because she has also been recognized as part of the Africa's Brightest Youth Minds by the BYM Foundation, and actually became one of Africa's top 40 female social impact founders, where she was recognized by Mentor magazine. And I think this is quite an impressive session that we've had for the first speaker. And I think we have actually gotten to at least tick a few boxes, starting from, looking at some of the strategic partnerships that you can be able to harness, looking at the aspect of collaboration, not just within the country, but also looking at it from a regional perspective, and how to identify, or how to be able to know how best you can be able to initiate strategic partnerships. So thank you so much, Mary. I'd like to rope in Boniface, if you can hear me. I think Boniface, you're muted.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Yes, I can hear you very well, Brian. And thank you very much to Mary Yvonne Ododa for the wonderful presentation and for sharing really actionable experiences that she has applied in our work. That is the whole essence of this session, so that we can learn from one another what has worked. And the perspective that Mary has brought in is a global and regional perspective. So that is a challenge and inspiration for all of us to not only think local, but also explore opportunities that are beyond our villages and our counties. I shared a certain philosophy that I used to have when I was growing up in the village, that I used to be in the village, but my vision was way beyond the village. So that is supposed to be the story of our organizations as we look forward to creating more impact. Let's not limit ourselves to being only local, because opportunities are available even globally and regionally, from IGAD, COMESA to YALI. International fellowships are happening, embassies. So for a change maker to be able to access an embassy, that means they need to have built a good amount of capacity and networking to ensure that these opportunities are also available to us and we benefit from them. Our next speaker is supposed to be Simon Odhiambo. I want to confirm if Simon is with us. Simon, could you be with us? Simon? Okay. Okay, Simon is from YALI, so we're expecting to get some great insights on what is really looked for when YALI applications are being made. Okay, so you can give me a second so that I get in touch with Simon. Just a minute.
Thank you so much once again, Boniface. Yeah. Yes, so thank you so much once again, Boniface, for that amazing session. And I also confirm if Simon will be with us. Yeah, maybe you can give me an indication once he's in. But I think maybe for a minute or two, I have seen someone had a very interesting question. So maybe just to also wrap it up, maybe Mary, if you are still with us, we had a question that came from Kilonzo, who was asking about the level of mobilizing resources, both nationally and regionally, because some actors and even the government of Kenya, they can drive the economy through debt. So can we be able to harness these for greater impact of our thematic areas of work? So I don't know if I have mentioned it clearly. If you can be able to let us know if that was clear.
I'm sorry.
Actually, Brian, as we proceed to, sorry about that. I've seen very key partners here who we have worked with in some engagements called the Youth Agenda. Yeah, it's good to acknowledge the Youth Agenda. Karibuni sana. These are very prominent organization that has been leading youth empowerment for many decades. And it's much pleasure and honor to be with you today. So, Brian, you can proceed. I want to acknowledge the Youth Agenda.
Thank you, Boniface, and thank you, Youth Agenda, for joining in. Kilonzo, could you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Kilonzo. Maybe you could direct the question directly to Mary, maybe in a few seconds. Yeah, just as you had indicated.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for that insightful presentation, Ododa. So my question basically was focused on the aspect of resource mobilization with the specific context of both here nationally in Kenya and regionally in Africa, because she mentioned of CBOs, NGOs in Kenya that mobilize resources locally, and then from other regional economic communities like COMESA. And then I remember, although this is from another program that we are known as the SPPG, that one of the lecturers was saying that organizations that are based in Africa, most of them have the deficit of resources, even the African Union itself. So what becomes the impetus and and the feasibility of mobilizing resources both nationally and regionally, considering these challenges of finances? Even the government of Kenya itself, it's not financially sustainable, because they seem to be running this economy using debts. So that was my question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for repeating the question. So remember the quadruple P that I spoke about earlier on. So the people, the public, private, and philanthropy. We know the challenges that are happening on the continent in terms of shifting priorities, in terms of donors pulling out. So it goes back to how you package yourself. It goes back to how you position yourself, depending on the kind of work that you are doing. So for instance, let's look at health. Health, I think, was the biggest sector that was affected when USAID pulled out. But there are other organizations, because you can, whenever there's a vacuum, something has to come and fill it up. There are organizations and there is funding available. The thing is, it's just visibility. That's one of the key things that I've actually come to discover. It's the fact that this information, firstly, there's a lot of gatekeeping that is going on, which is quite unfortunate, because you get to hear there's some organizations that are consistently being funded over and over again. So it goes back to networking and collaboration. It goes back to the reputation that you have. It goes back to how you partner. And this is why I'm a firm believer in consortiums. I am a firm believer in partnering together, whereby, so for instance, if you partner with Nuru, we can have contact in Zambia if that is where you are you probably want to carry out an activity, or if there's a donor that you are probably interested in Europe, we might have a contact. And this just goes back to what sort of networks are you in, what sort of coalitions are you in. It's important to not work in silos. It's important to not just be by yourself, whereby you are carrying out bulk of the work. There's so much that you're doing, yet when you come together, a lot of that work can actually go a long way in terms of tapping into resources that you probably had no idea that existed. So let me just give an example. World Bank in Africa have just launched a funding, which I think is $60 million. And they're starting here in Kenya. I don't know how many people are aware of that information, because when USAID pulled out, World Bank decided to now come and fill in certain pillars that CSOs are currently embarking on. And I know they're going to have 4 funding pillars, and one of them is actually on youth. There's on youth, health, gender, and climate, if I'm not wrong. So funding is actually there. We just need to know where to look. And a lot of foundations are on the continent right now actually looking for partners. So I understand about the deficit. I understand about the loans that we have, and how governments just don't have the funding. Even African Union, I know, is being funded by EU, for instance, but there is funding. And my key action or advice that I can give is work in consortiums, work in groups. I don't think it's advisable to work in silos, because then you end up not having information that can potentially help your organization. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, that was very detailed, Yvonne. Thank you so much.
From these indicators. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Mary, for that insightful answer and question, and I'm grateful, and yeah, hoping that Kilonzo, you are now good to go. So keep the questions coming in the chat box. Yeah, we will be able to respond in due time. We'll also be able to have a very good engagement with that. So I don't know, maybe Boniface could give me an indication. Yeah, nice. So yeah, so so sometimes someone says that those who do not know how to do, they teach. And we want to put our executive director also on the spotlight because he's one of the great people who have been able to lead in resource mobilization. And he's also a very big advocate of creating, consortiums, working in groups, and people coming together to do very compelling proposals. And we want to learn because he does proposals in even within a day he's able to do a very full good proposal, and we want to know how is it done, or what is the secret behind how he does the proposals, because we've now seen the different we have seen the different initiatives, the strategic partnerships that we can be able to maybe reach out to initiate, how we can be able to work in consortiums. And it is now important for us now to know how do we put it on paper, how do we now get the ball rolling, how do we now start structuring these proposals. Now, I'd like to invite our next speaker, who will be our very own host, the Executive Director of Moem Action Post, Boniface Harrison, who will now be able to take us into the details about proposal writing and donor engagement. Thank you so much. You can give him some virtual applauses as he comes to do his presentation. Karibu Boniface.
Yes, thank you very much, Brian, for the introduction, and everyone for the applause. I appreciate that very much. And for the session that has just ended, I've just gotten in touch with Simon, and he is also organizing himself to join us in the section when I was supposed to be speaking. So I was supposed to be speaking later on, but I've chosen to go now so that we give some time for Simon to also mobilize some resources on his hand. Resource mobilization is everywhere. He's really a resourceful guy. He will tell us a lot of knowledge that we need to have about YALI, because they have a lot of funding opportunities, networking, and that is most of what we need as young change makers. So I'll take us through a session on proposal. You're good? Can anyone see the presentation and also hear me?
Yes, Boniface. It is very clear and we can hear you.
Thank you very much. So welcome to this section where we'll have a conversation about how to come up with a good proposal. But first we need to understand what is a proposal. And we're going to come up with a definition, because as basic as it may seem, we need to first understand it from a different perspective as well, where we define a proposal as a formal document or presentation outlining a plan, an idea, or project, and it is submitted to a person or organization with the aim of persuading them to approve, support, or fund it. A proposal, in this context, is a formal document. So that means whatever we put in a proposal to send to an organization or to a person, it is official communication. So that is something we need to first understand. And as it sounds, it is a mode of persuading the individual or the organization to approve, to support, or to fund it. That means it is a recommendation we are putting towards a person to persuade them or request them to fund our initiatives. A lot of times you'll be told, send us a concept, send us the proposal. So what is the difference between a concept and a proposal? In a nutshell, a concept is the sneak peek into the proposal. That means it is the brief format of a proposal. And a proposal is a well-detailed plan explaining the what, the why, the how, the who, the when, and the cost of a project. Let us first analyze a little bit of the what. Explaining the what. We're explaining the what by stating clearly what this project is about. For example, the what can be you organizing a mentorship program, or you're organizing a local farmers awareness forum. That is the what. Okay? The why is largely the problem statement. Why are you organizing a mentorship? Why is it important anyway? What will go wrong if this program you're recommending does not happen? Why are you doing it? And that's a place where sometimes we miss, which is very important. We need to justify why an initiative is important. Because remember, we are proposing to a person who just woke up and is going about their day. So why then should they come on board and support your initiative? The how. You need to show the potential funder how exactly are you going to achieve what you're saying. You remember the definition of SMART, the specific, measurable, yeah, and time bound. That is how you're supposed to present the proposal. Make sure that you include the how. The how could include a schedule or the methodology that you will use. For example, if you're doing a mentorship program, you can state that you'll be doing keynote speeches, you'll be doing panel discussions, you'll be doing peer-to-peer mentorship, you will establish a club for mentorship purposes in the school. That is the how. How exactly is this achievable? Yes, you have the what. Yes, you have the why. But how exactly do you want to implement this? The who. The who now involves who is your target audience. Who exactly is supposed to benefit from this project? When is it supposed to happen? The exact date of the event or the exact period of the program, and the cost of a project, which is supposed to be a clear, detailed budget plan, which has the item, description, cost per unit, total costs, and a summative amount at the end. Preferably, it's good to use an Excel spreadsheet to come up with the budget. Why do change makers need proposals anyway? They need to communicate the vision. A proposal helps you to communicate the vision clearly. A proposal is good to communicate the vision, to ensure that a person can see from the perspective that you are coming from, to attract support and funding. Yeah, to attract support and funding, that is exactly why we are writing a proposal. We are trying to persuade an organization to give us money, but it has a process of justification, of showing credibility. We're building credibility because remember we had said that a proposal is a formal document to serve as a roadmap. Sometimes you may be going about with your life activities. So when you want to gain clear direction of the project, then you can always refer from your proposal because you wrote it and put down everything that is necessary in the proposal. To measure impact, after the project has been implemented, you will go back to the proposal that you had and evaluate if you really achieved the objectives that you had set out at the beginning. For example, after this workshop, now we'll go back and evaluate if what we wrote in our proposal for this workshop has actually been achieved. So that is an importance of a proposal. What do you need to put in mind before writing a proposal? What do you need to put in mind when you are writing a proposal? You need to first understand the problem or the need, all right? The importance of understanding the problem or the need is, if, for example, you are asked to pitch, you will not fumble or stammer unless you have a natural stammer like myself. I have a natural stammer, but now you will not do the stammering that is done by people who don't understand what they're saying. Yeah, if you're told, okay, we saw your proposal, come to the office and tell us about it. Will you do it? So a clear understanding of the problem is important. And this is an encouragement is that we should explore areas that we are passionate about. Do not be worried about, you hear today, there is a wave of climate action, so everyone is going to climate action, to carbon credits, everyone is going there, to mental health, everyone is going there. I would encourage that you pursue projects that you are genuinely passionate about, because it will save you a lot of technicalities and a lot of shame when sometimes you are asked to defend what you wrote, and kumbe you wrote it because of a vibe that is just going. Because everything, I believe, is going to be marketable for the next long time. Well-defined goals and objectives. Understand why exactly you want to do that project, so that even when you're writing the proposal, it makes it very easy for you to set out the objectives. Background information or research data, very important. As we mentioned about credibility, the only way you can justify that a problem exists is if you can prove it with data. With data, you don't need to go to the field before you do a project. There is a lot of data that has been created by organizations that have done research, NGOs, UN agencies, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA. Many organizations have done research about most of the issues that we want to tackle. So it's important for us to review their data. If, for example, you're doing a project on agribusiness, get online and do research about the problem existing and quote verifiable data in your problem statement. That is very, very important, because if there is no data supporting your problem, then it doesn't seem very credible. It seems that like it's an idea that you have in mind, which to tell a potential funder that you want some money to enjoy. No, you have to put the beneficiaries first. That is the whole essence of the project. A detailed plan of activities, that is a schedule, budget and resource requirements. It's important to also have in mind what budget are you looking at. And as an upcoming organization, you can look at how much you can ask for, because again, what you can ask for is supposed to be commensurate with your experience and the internal resources that you have in your organization. For example, it may not be a good idea to pursue a project of 5 million and you're just less than a year. So internal resource capacity is very important. Understand the magnitude of a project. You may not want to do a project across 3 counties if you are 2 years old and you have not been well resourced over that period. So it's important to understand yourself very well. Timeline for execution, date. For example, when you're writing proposals, if someone tells you we don't know the date yet, that is, now we can agree that should never be told to a potential funder or a potential financier, because unless it's a person you have close relationship with, but the moment you tell a person that you don't have an idea when it will be done, then it looks like it's not a very urgent project. So it's important to fine-tune those details before putting out a proposal. Things about to be communicated, TBC, I think those things should be done by people who have a lot of money, who can be having the latitude to flex their ego and saying venue to be communicated, dates to be communicated. You just apply. Even agenda to be tabled during the meeting. I think those are things that we may not afford to do when we are still young change makers. But with time, when we get a lot of money, we can be setting agenda of the meeting once people have already attended and they don't know why they came. That is what money does. But now that we are still looking for money, let us be as detailed as possible. Expected outcomes and impact. Everyone wants to know, if I come into your project, what will be the end result of it? What exactly will the beneficiaries get out of this project? Will their life change, and how? Potential partners or stakeholders. Again, put this in mind. And this is not to say that you should diffuse your vision or divert so that you can satisfy other people's interest. Because, for example, if you're doing a project about, like Nuru, they do a lot of digital empowerment. If you're doing a project on digital empowerment, you need to have an idea of who else can I work with in this field. For example, if you're in agribusiness, who else is doing agribusiness in my area? For example, if you are in charity and you want to go to a children's home, you need to understand who is doing a CSR, a corporate social responsibility, which organization can partner with me, so that, again, the project can be more impactful when you bring people together. Supporting documents are needed, such as letters of support or prior success stories. In the proposal, you need to also indicate past experience, but I highly recommend that it becomes, because in the next slide, we'll look at a format of a proposal. You need to also say something about yourself and the credibility that you have and the experience that you have had in the field that you are saying you want to do a project in. That's why it's important to understand the problem and be passionate about it. A passion is not supposed to be only an emotional affair, but passion also means consistency and the amount of dedication that you're put toward the subject matter, because that is what gives you edge. That is what makes you a person who is respectable. So supporting documents, again, if you're doing large projects, for example, there's a big project that we are planning, and now the project in its magnitude, it needs endorsement letters from some ministries. So that is something that is also very important. If you're doing a project that you want to engage with, for example, international partners, let's say you want to work with organizations like AGRA, World Vision, you want to work with the UN, you need some endorsements from ministries. I'm looking at, for example, if you're doing a project on digital empowerment, it's good to approach the ministry. And this is another approach of engaging with government entities, where they may not provide money, but they can give you credibility. So if you get an endorsement or a recommendation letter or a support letter from the Ministry of ICT, when you approach a partner, then you are more listenable. Another supporting document is registration certificates. Ensure some of the grants applications need you to be registered as a CBO, or others are open. Ensure that your organization is registered. Please do not transact with an organization that is not registered. Sometimes there are grants that are open for unregistered organizations, but that is not very advisable. I would highly encourage all of us to register our organizations if they are not, so that we can also make it an aspect of credibility and years of experience. Because years of experience, that counting the day you are registered a lot of times. And you being registered means that you are regulated and you can be trusted with money, because the government can find you. So the basic structure of a proposal, we'll have a live simulation later on during the session, where we'll try to come up with a sample proposal when time allows. But one of the key things is the title page. And I want us to be, I'll try to go up a little bit slow here, so that we can also have a picture in mind, because what we want to create here is a picture in mind. And then later on, we can come up with an actual proposal together. You will recommend a project that you want us to implement, even based on your organization. Then we will try to come up with something here and even see how we can leverage artificial intelligence to come up with good proposals. So the first thing is the title page. Ensure that your proposal has a title page. I would highly encourage that the title page becomes appealing. If you have basic graphic design skills, you can use a tool like on Canva, can give you a good, appealing feel of a topic. If you're doing a project on beekeeping, for example, you can have a nice looking cover page, which has a bee, as a farmer, such kind of an approach. That would be very ideal to make it more appealing, because you're also presenting this proposal to a person who wants to see good things. And also, if it is a graphic design, make it very simple. Use colors that are not very complicated. For example, like this slide is not shouting. It is just a peaceful slide, which is just showing information and a bit of brand colors. So I would encourage that you don't use too much sophistication and complexity in the title page, but make it appealing. It should have the project title. It should have the organization name, the organization logo. If you are in partnership with other organizations, it's important to also show the logos on the cover page to show who exactly is here. It should have the theme of the project. Now, the project name, I would encourage us to come up with creative project names, especially ones that are a bit short. Make sure that your name is not a whole paragraph or sentence. I know many development organizations like long names, but you know, again, they have money. And for people who are looking for money, it's important to have catchy and succinct. Let's select, for example, the name of this workshop, the Resource-Smart Changemakers Workshop. What do you get from there? You get what this workshop is about, resource mobilization, and it is to make change makers smart. So it is not just a resource mobilization workshop. It is becoming a smart resource mobilizer, and it's a workshop. It has a model of implementation. And who is it for? It is for change makers. It's good. For example, you can always go to the ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT some of the beautiful names, that some of the creative and catchy names that we can give to this project, so that it becomes appealing, so that it has a name. Let's look at another example of a catchy project name. For example, which project name can we look at? Africa Climate Summit, for example. That's a good name. It's short. It's not too long. It has a perspective. For example, you can say Bungoma Youth Summit. That's a powerful name, yeah? But also for creativity, try to come up with creative, but not too creative names to also look like a poet. Don't be too poetic about the name, but make sure it is appealing, it is catchy. When a person sees that, you can even ask your colleagues, how is this name? When I read, because the name is everything. When I read this name, is it starting something? Is it inspiring you? They will give you some good feedback and ensure that the name is good and appealing. Then we have about the project. About the project now there's a technicality that I will show you here, which you can apply to make this section very, very detailed, but very brief, to fit in only one page, where you include the background. Background is where are you coming from? And that can also be complemented by the problem statement. And a problem statement, this is the approach to write the problem statement from a global perspective, from an African perspective, maybe regional perspective, but Kenyan perspective must be there. And if possible, a very specific local perspective needs to be there. For example, if you're doing a project on waste collection, you have decided to do a waste collection drive. You're collecting waste in Nyamira. What is the name? Is there anyone here from Nyamira? From Nyamira? You're from Nyamira, you can mention a town in Nyamira. But let's say, for example, you're doing that project in Nyamira, and you want some PPEs. It's supposed to be very massive, where you are doing waste collection in a whole a town in Nyamira, for example. What is the global perspective of waste management and littering, if you may say? Give a global problem statement. That could be one paragraph. Then give an African
Hello, Mwema.
One pass, we lost you.
Yeah, I think it's a technical hitch. He'll be able to continue in a bit. Yeah, but so far so good. I hope we are having a little bit of learning, yeah, with regard to the engagement that is happening, and this is one of the most important places that we, as Mwema mentioned, we have to go very slowly, yeah, just to make sure that it's not just a presentation, but after this we can be able to create a very compelling proposal, yeah, and you can be able to work on it very swiftly. See, Mwema is back. Mwema, if you can hear me.
Yes. Sorry about that. Ni mitambo tu, mitambo mambo yake ni ngumu. Okay. Is the video steady on your end? Or you recommend that I can do without it?
Yeah, I think if it has another hit, we'll let you know, and then maybe you can switch it off.
Fantastic. So we were talking about the problem statement and how exactly it should be framed: global, Africa, regional. Regional could be East Africa, but that's not mandatory. But Kenya is a must, and the local perspective is a must. There are many researches that have been done by people doing their master's degrees, their journals for very many issues that we may not even be aware of. So when it comes to your project, make sure you do some research online and find some papers that you can cite to justify your problem. So the solution is now you need to make it a flowing session to show, okay, this is how gloomy the picture is, but our project is the solution to this problem in this way. Now, in the solution, it's important to indicate how the questions that we asked earlier, the how, the who, the where, the what, you should include them in at most a paragraph. For example, you can say, in the world, the problem of waste mismanagement is this prevalent. In Africa, this is how it looks like, and these have been the effects. In Kenya, this is how the picture looks like, and these have been the effects. In Nyamira, this is how the situation is, and these have been the effects. Now, the Bungoma Youth, the Nyamira Youth Waste Collection Initiative solved this problem through this and this and this and this. For example, waste collection on this day. You see? Now, you have to indicate how your solution will solve the problem you have just indicated in a paragraph. We'll get to that, and I show you how exactly to put that into a statement. Now, we move to the objectives. At most, don't go beyond 5 objectives for practicality. Don't go beyond 5 objectives, and have some sustainable objectives. If for example, you have been exposed to these conversations about global perspectives, as Yvonne was sharing. Now, it's important to show what objectives are generally what you aim to achieve with this project. For example, if you're doing a project in education, you want to do a books drive, for example. What is the objective? Objective number 1 is to supply 1,000 books to 100 learners or to 200 learners. Also, it's important to indicate numbers in objectives to make them measurable. But don't write numbers only in their numerals. It's important to write numbers in words, in brackets, and numerals, so that you don't also show that you are lazy. It's important to show people that you took time to write what you needed to write. So it's important to make the objectives very measurable. And maybe at the last objective, if your issue is aligned to a national or a global issue, it's important to also make a recommendation to make some policy recommendations or some policy advocacy that you want to do, but that's not a must. But it's important to state clearly. And objectives should not go beyond one sentence. Actually, half a sentence is as short and to the point as possible. So, but it's not also crowded, because an objective has to be very direct. So not more than 5. It's important to make them brief as well. And a project plan, a methodology, that is, project plan is majorly the activities that you intend to do, how you will implement the project and the steps. And possibly you can make it possible with a work plan. A work plan would work for you, because if you create a table of the time, the activity, that would be ideal to show people this is how exactly we want to implement this project. If it's a 3-month project, show us what will happen in month 1. If possible, show us what will happen in week 1. Yeah, if you can have as detailed work plan as possible, that would be very good. But if it's a project for like 1 year, it's important to show month-wise. That would be ideal. But also make the work plan very succinct. Succinct to mean not wordy. No paragraphs should be included in the work plan. It should be only points and activities to be done. For example, if in month 1 you're doing a research project, you want to do a project in research, and the research is going to take 6 months. 6 months. In your month 1, you should be, for example, say activity is onboarding research assistants. Simple. It should not have explanation. Onboarding research assistants who are tall, others who are in it should not include those details. It should just be onboarding research assistants. That is the approach of operating the work plan. Be as detailed as possible. Show, and then the work plan should be informed by the objectives. That is why they are flowing themselves with each other that way. Your work plan is the tool to implement your objectives. That is the purpose of a work plan. Because you already mentioned how we have these wonderful objectives. You know, you want to train 100 youth, yeah, on climate smart agriculture. Oh, wonderful. We also want to equip them with skills in value addition. We also, wonderful objectives. Okay. So how exactly do you do it? The work plan. That is the how. All right. So ensure that the work plan responds to your objectives. Very important. Expected outcomes, impact, results. Now, the expected outcomes, that can be the title of the section. Expected outcomes should also be at most a sentence, and they should be detailed in numbers. Results are, by the end of this workshop, how many are we here? We are how many currently? I want to find out how many we are. I saw we were 36 at some point. So by the end of this workshop, 36 young change makers will have been equipped with resource mobilization knowledge. That is a result, right? So it is important to make it as measurable and as detailed as possible, while also making it very concise, not to be too wordy. How to support? This is very important, because resource mobilization is not only about money. All right? Many people, when they hear about resource mobilization, they think only about money, but resources are very broad. List the various needs for the project, both monetary and non-monetary. For example, giving you an example of this workshop that we are in, this is an entire project by itself. What resources did we need, and do we still need currently? We needed, for example, speakers. We needed a platform, all right? Those are some of the resources that we need. So it's important to list what are the resources that you need and how to support is. Remember, this proposal is being taken to, you're making a case to a person. Sawa? You need to communicate to them about how you need them to support you. List the needs there. I would recommend as a way. I know some of the potential funders would be here, so they will hear some of the secrets that we are sharing. But it is important also in the development world not to prioritize money. The moment you prioritize money, you start becoming a for-profit. So don't talk about money as the first point. Talk about non-monetary things first. Then now, as you proceed, now you can introduce some finances to facilitate transport for the participants. You also need some finances to participate, airtime reimbursement for the facilitators. Such kind of resources, bring them in a language. Don't ask people that I want you to give me money. Funding, we need funding for this project. Funding for what? In the development world, funding aligns with a task. Money must be attached to a specific role that it is playing in that project. So that is very important. How to support. Now, it should also remain in a statement form, in a sentence, very brief. The moment, always look at it again when you see that your sentence in a proposal as a skip to the next line. It can skip with a few words, but it should never be 3 sentences. It should never be 3 lines. So look at that. This section is very important on benefits to partners and sponsors. This is a very important section, which in my observation with evaluating some proposals, I have noted that many change makers do not see themselves as people who can offer value to organizations, or at some point, also there is some level of entitlement that we tend to have, that this project is so nice, people should support it. It is not always the case. Remember, in the world and humanity generally, and people will only say it is in politics, but it's not only in politics. Everywhere, it's about interest. It is about interest. When you're making your proposal to Safaricom to support you in your project about tech, for example, or about you want to work with Chapadimba, you are organizing a tournament in your area because you want to become your area MCA sometime in the future. What is it? What is in it for Safaricom? Tell them what is in it for Safaricom. All right? If you want to work with Youth Agenda, for example, Youth Agenda are here. Youth Agenda are funders, by the way. You need to connect with Youth Agenda. I'm telling you very good information right now. Youth Agenda, I know I'm setting them up, but for example, if you're pitching to Youth Agenda, you need to tell them why exactly should Youth Agenda be on board? What is in it for them? Okay, what am I getting in return? For example, if you want to partner with Mem Action Post in your project, you need to tell me, okay, when Mem Action Post comes on board, you will get 1, 2, 3. I'm like, okay, then this is a project I should be part of. That is the way to also convince people to join your project. And benefits to partners and sponsors is not only monetary. Because, for example, if you're looking for money from Youth Agenda, would you give them money? Of course, you don't have money because you're asking money from them in the first place. But you also need to show them that this project aligns with their vision and their mission and the objectives that they do. And that another thing that you can offer, which again is a resource that you need to have, is you can tell Youth Agenda, we'll also give you brand visibility in our engagements. We'll talk about that in the donor engagement. I'm very sorry, this session is becoming too long, but I think it is a very passionate discussion. Let us try to push it and we'll finish. So you can also tell them during the session, we'll also have your branding and visibility across our digital platforms. That is another benefit that you can offer to Youth Agenda in this case, or any other funder that you're telling. If, for example, you're working with, you are pitching to mostly, or if your project includes private sector partners, include that another benefit is that the organizations will gain access to potential customers of their products. If, for example, you're doing a project on menstrual health and you've reached out to an organization, like I will tell you another organization that funds, that can work with you. Your initiatives called EcoBanner. EcoBanner, they do a lot with the pads and they get them from banana fiber, I don't know. Then you need to tell EcoBanner what they will get, because Ecobana is a business, it's a social enterprise. You need to tell them, okay, we need you to donate for us 10 pads, but then during the event, you will gain access to 300 girls who can potentially buy your product. So to make it general, your benefit to partners and sponsors, split them, mix them, but keep them general. For example, make sure you tackle on government. If you're working with the government, make sure that you also indicate that this project is aligned with this development plan. It could be aligned with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Many of us would debate, but that is a policy document already. It aligns with the National Climate Change Act. It aligns with the youth development policy. Indicate that you will also have recognition in the project. Now, another approach, which I think we can get into that approach in the future, because today we are focused on purely non-profit. If you're working on purely non-profit, that is the idea. Now, for you to say you want to provide brand visibility, you must have a platform. If you tell me you want to showcase my work on your social media platforms, you need to have them in the first place. Okay? You need to have them. And you need to have done something on them. It cannot be possible that I am the first thing that you will post this year. You see? so those are other resources that you need to have. Other resources that will give you resources. And I will tell you something about Youth Agenda as I finish, because they also shared a very interesting research that many youth-led organizations said that actually it was about 69% of youth-led organizations said that they don't have resources. And the reason why they don't have resources is because they don't have resources. So 69% have said that they don't have resources to do projects. Then 59% said that the reason why they lack resources is because they don't have resources to access resources. All right? Yes, I'll share samples of proposals, but now it may not be possible to share with you very exact ones because some belong to clients. So it is also important to maintain the confidentiality of some clients, but we will walk together the journey of proposal writing. I will show you all the tricks that I apply, because we have the privilege of being together in this session. Then on benefits, so that we've agreed. Always remember to indicate session what is in it. Very, very important. Okay. Now, still do that. Hello.
Yes, Moema.
Asante sana, asante sana, asante sana. I decided to use an alternative source of internet. So any internet called, I am buffering a little bit, but we will continue. I want to reinstate again that we need to always remember that section. The budget section. On the budget, it's important for us to indicate very clear details of the estimates and the resources. Now, let's be very clear here. I have had conversations with young change makers who have an opinion that a budget can be presented in percentages. You can present the budget in a narrative form. But please, let us agree on one thing. The only way to present a budget is in numbers.
Yeah.
It's in numbers. It is in numbers, just as simple as that. If your budget does not have numbers, then that's not a budget. That is a budget proposal which has been described, and we cannot find a good name for it. But if your budget is written in terms of the item description is, let's say, for example, you want to go to Mombasa. Let me give you an example of a project going to Mombasa. So you want to get transport. You want your team to go to Mombasa to implement a project. So you want transport for a team of 5 people going to Mombasa to implement a project there. So what is item description in that case? Item description is transport for 5 members of for 5 staff members to travel from Nairobi to Mombasa. That is description. You're describing what exactly is this transport. Cost per unit. That is the other section. That is the item that follows. Cost per unit. What is the cost of one person going to Mombasa via SGR? Now, it's upon you to indicate which mode of transport is there. Cost per unit is, let's say, 1,200 shillings. I don't know. It's long since I was in Mombasa. Those who have been in Mombasa recently can tell us the correct figure. But now, for example, you have to indicate that it is 1,200 per person. Okay? And the other section is total. In this section, many of you might be worried that, I need an accountant. You don't need an accountant to come up with the budget. You need an accountant when you are a big organization. You definitely do. But the accountant will still rely on your proposal to come up with a budget. So you don't need to be a trained accountant. I know there are my friends who are accountants here, and we work together. We work together a lot, and I'm not ruining their business. Please give them work if you have it, but ensure that you work with them also to help them write a correct budget for you, because an accountant needs to be fed with information to make sure that the budget is well detailed. Then the total. So that is how we look at it. Transport item description is transport for 5 staff members to travel from Nairobi to Mombasa via the standard gauge railway. Avoid using abbreviations in documents, right? SGR could mean a lot of things to many people. Through the railway, which class? Because also it may not be good to ask for funding and you want first class. It may not be advisable. Go for the most economical means. Then another thing that needs to be included here is most of the costs should go to the actual implementation of the project. Almost 70%. So for example, if you have a project of 1 million shillings, we should see more than 700,000 or 600,000 being used in the actual implementation of the project. It is
Did he get lost?
Yeah, I think we lost Moema.
okay. Haya, poleni sana. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you very much. It happens, then we bounce back very fast. So in the budget, we focus on directly on items. Yes, okay, I get it. There is a difference between accounting and pricing. I understand. Now you excuse my combination of knowledge in accounting, but that is just for clarity, to make sure that we don't have people who are frustrated at the budgeting because they are not experts. You don't need a lot of expertise there. That is just listing a price list, as Eric Okwayo has stated it. So ensure that what you mention in the budget section is directly towards the project. 70% should be about implementation. Then also do market research and quote realistic prices. Please be discouraged from overquoting. Please be discouraged. I know sometimes young people are motivated to make a living out of grants and donations, but do not do that. Not do that. Find a way, even if you become a consultant and be paid for something that you have actually done. So it's not advisable to, for example, write that you will get that each tissue paper, that if you are supposed to use tissue papers, which is 30 shillings, is 120 shillings. That is not realistic. So make sure that you be realistic, and that's what this journey of social development is not for people who are not very well passionate. Be very realistic. 70% to go to the implementation. Look for the cheapest means possible. Then do not add irrelevant details in the budget. Focus on how exactly will you implement these activities with the most realistic prices as possible, so that hata mtu akisoma budget yako, they can understand this person is true and is genuine. That is how you'll be funded. Please, if you want money, get a salary. If you want money, start any income generating activities. But you writing unrealistic budget is only going to ruin your profile in organizations. For example, if you write a proposal today to Stella, yeah, and Stella sees your budget and says, surely I'm not able to fund now. That is better than Stella reading your budget and telling you, my friend, you have lied to me. I bought this thing last week. You know, a good name is better than silver and gold. CDO. So then we go to the sustainability plan. We need to understand how exactly this project is going to survive after the funding. Show us how exactly this project is going to survive, because no one wants to do a project for one day. For example, what is the sustainability plan of this workshop? One of the things we're looking at sustainability plan for this workshop is you living with skills and knowledge that you will apply in your work. That is one of the sustainability plans. We have equipped you with knowledge. Another sustainability plan is that this section will be recorded. So when you want to reference it in the future, we'll upload it on YouTube, but make it unlisted, because this session is very exclusive for people who are deeply passionate about mobilizing resources for social change. So then you will be able to check your email and click your link and listen again. That is sustainability. That link is not expirable. YouTube, I don't know when they are closing. So you can access it even next year. Sustainability plan. Show impact beyond this section. I am also looking forward that after this session, you will also impact your teams. If you are the executive director, you're going to tell your people, now, this is what I learned today about mobilization. This is what I learned today about proposal writing. You see, that is another sustainability plan, because it makes the knowledge. And it's important that when you have these sessions, come with your people and tell them, let's listen together. So that when you're writing a proposal, you discuss and apply the insight that you gain. Sustainability plan. I use that in your projects. Agribusiness. You're giving these people what? You're giving them knowledge. You're giving the people mentorship. Are you starting a club? A club, for example, is a sustainability plan. Are you starting a cooperative for the farmers? Sustainability plan. Are you leaving some people, some community leaders who are trainers? You do a training today. Who will do it when the funding ends? Tell people what will happen afterwards. A trainer of trainees, okay? Trainer of trainers. Those ones. Tell us how exactly your project will live, or the impact will live after the funding. About the organizer. The reason why I put it here is because I highly recommend that you don't talk about yourself too much at the beginning of the proposal. It's important to talk about yourself a little bit, but use this section to talk about yourself. Remember, you started with the title page that has details about yourself, the logo, the everything. That is fantastic. But about the organization now, this is where you describe yourself as an organization. And you also indicate past projects and the partnerships that you have created. For example, if you had the privilege of seeing the proposal for this workshop, it has a section where we are showing our who we are, what we stand for, and some of the organizations that we have worked with. You put logos there, if possible. Put logos. If you have worked with the KEBS, for example, if you are in the honey value chain and you have worked at some time with KEBS, indicate that you have worked with KEBS, because also people do not want to work for you for the first time. They don't want to be the first people who are working with you. So it's important to tell us who you are, some of the endorsements that you have, some of the projects you've implemented before and what was their impact, and some of the organizations that you have collaborated. You'll see, okay, this person has worked with Meme Action Post, has worked with Nuru, has worked with Youth for SDGs, has worked with Sabiko, has worked with Paid, has worked with Kodsana. This is a credible person. That means if I want to know more about this person, I can call a partner who I know they have worked with. They may want a proposal for Lanyapa. Do you know these people? You tell me, yes, I know these people. I've worked with them before and I gave them money and they ran away. You lose the money and you lose credibility. But when they say, I worked with them and they're very good people, they kept to their word. That will be very good. So it's important to talk about yourself here. Make it half a page. That would be ideal to make sure that you also tell us who you are. The conclusion and the call to action. After all is said and done, tell people about your project. Complete with a statement, for example, like saying, let's say you are we're talking about this project, Resource-Smart Changemakers Workshop. Say, the Resource-Smart Changemakers Workshop is a transformative initiative that aims to bring together 100 young people to be equipped with skills and knowledge on resource mobilization. And we are inviting your support and collaboration to make it a success. End the statement with hope. How many pages should a proposal have? A proposal should not go beyond 5 pages. That is what I would recommend. I don't, for projects for young change makers, it should not go beyond 5 pages. But for organizations like Oxfam, you will find project proposals that even have 20 plus pages. But advisably, if you are not 10 years and above, don't go beyond 5 pages. It's even advisable to just even stick with that, even if how long you've been there. Because remember, people are taking time to read. And also you are avoiding the risk of being repetitive and too generalistic. So let's not go beyond 5 pages. That's what I would recommend. So conclusion is just summing it up. Don't talk about the problem, talk about the solution and how it will transform the lives of people, and end with hope that we want to work with you together so that we can make this project a great success. End with success and hope. That is the outlook. We'll get into the details about that. On this section, I will not take long here. I will just skim through identifying and converting partners. Now we have talked about partners a lot here. Where do you find them? Where do you get them? Remember, my session was supposed to be proposal writing and donor management. Now, where do you get these donors from? We've talked about writing a proposal to where to take where. Where do you get them? If you want to work with the government, look for ministries, county departments, and agencies aligned with your project. For example, if you want to do a project around youth, look for Youth Council, National Youth Council. A strategy could be check out their websites for their email. Another strategy would be see events that they are partnering, attend those events and get contacts, and then start a conversation with them if you want to work with the government. How to convert them? Frame your initiative as supporting policy goals and SDG commitments. For example, if you're working with the National Youth Council, don't forget, never, you cannot leave the Kenya Youth Development Policy there. You cannot leave the National Youth Council itself was established in 2009. Make sure you align with what the National Youth Council stands for and the youth policies that are existing in Kenya. So that is, for example. So that is an approach that you can use. Approach them, get their contacts, pitch to them, but make sure that you are aligning with their goals. NGOs, how do you get NGOs? Map organizations with similar thematic focus or active in your region. If you want to do an agribusiness, I remember a friend of mine here, he reached out recently called, what is his name? He's doing a good project in Oma Bay. If you're in agribusiness, Yeah, you need to find out which organizations are in Homa Bay and they are doing agribusiness. For example, the organizations like, I think it's TISA, they have a project around gender and women in Nyanza counties. Now get to know which organizations are working on agribusiness in Nyanza, so that you can tell them, by the way, I've realized you're working in Nyanza, I'm also in Nyanza, and I'm doing this. Can we work together? Now, how to approach them? Have shared values, evidence of grassroots impact, and opportunities for joint programs. One thing about NGOs is they will want visibility. That is very important, and ensure that you will align with their values. For example, if they stand for youth empowerment in climate smart agriculture, mention that you are working on that and that this is a potential area of collaboration. If you want to work with the private sector, target companies with CSR priorities or brands that resonate with your cause. For example, BIC, if you want to do a project on school donations for pens and such, BIC, I've seen BIC promoting their products on many platforms. So get to understand who is doing projects in the community and is a business. Approach them with a clear value proposition. Now, in the private sector, people don't go there because of passion and sympathy and empathy of the problem. In private sector, people are looking for profits. So make sure you speak their language. Value proposition is that you will expose them to potential customers. Visibility is that you will have their logo and their branding materials in the program. Common goodwill, measurable social return on investment. So this is where numbers must be proven, because in the private sector, I'm not saying other sectors are a joke, but in the private sector, things are a bit different there, and measures are a bit strict. Tips across all sectors: do research. Do research. You have phones, you have laptops. Check out. You have on Twitter, for example, who do you follow? If you're in agribusiness, look for organizations that are in agribusiness in Kenya. Follow Jacob's Ladder, follow Agraf Kenya, follow the common, what is it called? This one for AU Youth Commission, follow National Youth Council, follow those organizations, so that when they see, when they post things, you see, and when they tag people, you follow those people who are aligned. Grow a network of people who are active in your field through social media for free. By just connecting with your data bundles and Wi-Fi, you can get to know what's happening in your industry. For example, when I just open my Twitter now, you'll see most of my feed will be about development organizations. I will see posts from Elkoi, I will see posts from Bayers Rone, I will see posts from Dries Experience. Those are the posts I want to see, because that is my field. So customize your feed so that you, anytime you get online, don't just follow those guys who do a lot of things there. Follow also people who are aligned with your field. So start with this small, low-risk collaborations, leverage storytelling. Yvonne mentioned that very clearly. Build relationship and before asking for resources. And it's very important, and it takes time. Building relationships is, for example, meeting with a person today and having a contact and keeping the relationship, attending their event again, inviting them to attend an event for free. Then that's a relationship. They tell you, okay, by the way, we have seen your work, and we think we can collaborate with you, by the way, because we think we like you. That is building relationships. As a founder, lazima hiyo kazi tuchape. Hiyo kazi ni lazima, because we need, sometimes money is not given because your project is good. Money is given because people like you. People just like you. And they just give you money. They tell you, okay, you are a very interesting person. We'll give you some money to do your project. But they will not tell you that. They will just look like they're good with your project. So then, how do you manage partners? How do you manage partners? I'm really worried about time. Please, Serone, just do something. Just do something, because I don't know. I don't know how many slides are remaining now. No, good. This is the last slide. We are good. Managing partners and donors effectively. How do you manage these partners? Government. We have government here today. The youth fund is here. Please, you're going to hear about youth fund. So youth fund is government. But we didn't partner with youth fund itself as an entity. There's a friend of mine there called Cleophas, who will be sharing a lot of insights with us about youth fund. But generally, when you want to work with the government, make sure that you submit timely reports and accountability. And that's across all sectors. If you want to be credible, Give reports even when you have not been asked. Please. It is like when you go to a place and you are told, feel at home. Please don't feel at home. Stay vigilant. Because there are even donors who will give you money and they will not follow you up, by the way. They will just give you money and they tell you, okay, just do the project. And they are too busy. But the moment they will ever wake up and realize, by the way, you've never gotten a report from this guy. It's 3 months now. There's no report from him. There's no email. There's no update. Who is this guy? They will start losing trust with you. So it's important to provide reports even when they are not being asked for. Just give reports. Yeah, it is like when you are told, like myself, if I'm Boniface and you're working in the same office, you start calling me, hey, you know, Mr. Boniface. No, don't. They just call me Boniface. Or call me Boni. Please don't call me Boni because I'm your boss. If in that case, I'm your boss. I cannot call you by your name. Yeah, because you're my boss. So that is very important. Even when people don't look like they're vigilant, let's remain vigilant. Keep communication open with the relevant officers. Keep people updated. For example, that is a practice I've adopted. If you give me an assignment, whether you ask me for a report or not, I will give you a report about it. Okay? Bravin. Thank you very much, Bravin. Thank you very much. Please mute. So even if you don't give me a reminder, I will make sure that I am responsible to give you an update about what I told you. Keep your word. Invite them to project activities for visibility. Government will always want visibility. Ensure that you promote them. Do not be shy. Do not be shy about talking about people who have supported your work. I'm telling you, let no one lie to you that a person can give you 100,000, 1,000,000 shillings, and then you want to play, I don't know, you don't want to say their name, you don't want to put their logo where. That is a person who has believed in you. The people who want you to keep some stands, yeah, are not supporting you. If you get a chance to be supported by the government, please honor your side of this, of the demand. NGOs, how do you ensure compliance with policy? That is very important. Yeah, the compliance, I mean, so this, okay, I know my video is not looking very nice, but we'll get back to it. So complying to the guidelines that they gave you, because most of the times also organizations will give you some guidelines that you need to follow. It's important to follow them. NGOs share regular progress. We have mentioned that. Recognize their contributions in public forums publicly. I can assure you, if you support my action posts in any way, I will say your name publicly in front of whoever, because you have believed in my work. Then that is the spirit I want us to go out with. Because people are motivated to support you more when you talk about them in public. Do not be conservative about people. You remember Nelson Mandela when he was asked, why are you friends with Fidel Castro in Cuba? And Fidel Castro was said to be a dictator and everything. And that is where the quote that says, let us choose our own enemies. Your enemies cannot be my enemies. So let's keep to that. Stay engaged in joining initiatives and networks. When you see it, sure, even if it is not a facilitated event, just say, okay, because you have a working relationship, let me attend that event and support you in your work. Do you need any help on publicity, on everything, on mobilization? Help them. Build relationships beyond the funding, okay? Adapt flexibility to feedback and evolving priorities. For example, if people are now becoming more pressuring about requiring reports, give them reports. Don't say I'm too busy, I'm what. No, take time and give reports. If they have changed, they tell you, okay, no, we have now shifted. We want to entrench a bit of gender in this project. Discuss with them and tell them, okay, how best do we do this so that we don't also veer too much from the main objective of the project. Private sector, how to work with the private sector. Let's say you are working with Coca-Cola. You have invited Coca-Cola to your event and you want them to support you with the drinks, or you want them to give you some money or provide measurable impact reports. Come up with a template of reports that you will be giving. Even if it is just a Word document with what you did and how it went and how many people were there. That is important. Because remember, put yourself in these shoes. You've been given money by the marketing manager at Coca-Cola. they need to provide a report to their manager. Then it goes to another manager, then to the CEO. It's important to make the life easy for this person who gave you money, so that they also do look like they did work. Because when they are not given acknowledgement, then they are not able to support you in the future, and even their job is at risk. Then showcase their role in your communications. Perfect. Again, talk about people who support you. Never be ashamed of them. It is like having old parents. Never be ashamed of having old parents. Those are your parents. So showcase, explore ongoing collaborations opportunities. Perfect. That is also good for private sector. Universal is transparency is very important. Someone was mentioning yesterday, and I want to tell you, my friends, many times young people have faced challenges with being funded, with being funded, because there's a panel I was part of recently on agribusiness, for youth and agribusiness, and a very significant funder was saying that they once gave youth some money to go and do a project on agribusiness. Then the guy went to build his mother a house. You get it? A house is very good, but you don't build a house with a grant, with money meant to do a project. You have to stick to the plan, to the proposal that you submitted. Please, as we mentioned earlier, get other avenues to get income. Be creative and innovative within your work and find ways to get your income. But do not be corrupt. And I can share this with you directly because the ED is an open guy. The ED of Sawa. Kivinji is here. Thank you very much. See Kivinji. I can tell you an example of the ED of Uraia Trust was sharing that they once gave young people a project, some money to do a project in Kajiado or Narok, and the guys disappeared. They've never been found to date. So transparency is very important in making sure that we are managing the donations very effectively. Celebrate milestones together. When you achieve something, make it a shared success. For example, after this workshop, this project will be a shared success between our speakers, yourselves, our partners. It will be for all of us, our team internally. I can see Telly was here, Brian is here, Lavin was also here. So all of us have succeeded. Build relationship beyond funding. I already mentioned that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone. I really apologize for spending that amount of time, but I believe it was worth it. So let's engage later on in the section for Q&A. Asante sana, Bwana Moderator.
Thank you so much, Mwema, for guiding us in that important bit of the session that brings us to a good understanding on how to do the presentations, or maybe how to put down the information we have in terms of proposals. And one thing about Mwema is that it is very hard for you to stop him while he's speaking, because he's very compelling and uses a lot of good words and storytelling when he's doing his presentation. So I believe that was an amazing session. I hope I've seen a lot of us were taking notes. I've also seen that people are having good questions that are coming. Thank you, John. I see you are saying Mama was very insightful and articulate and engaging. So thank you so much, Mwema, for that session. And I think as he mentioned, one of the big deliverables. Yes, Eric, I will get to you. I see time is really moving, but I have noted down that I will have to give you an opportunity to ask a question or speak when that comes. As I was mentioning, one of the deliverables is that we are going to be able to give or issue certificates after these sessions, so that you can also have something to show that you are part of this great discussion. And this is also sharing the success that we have, or the success for this project that we are doing. So asante sana Mwema for that. And I think as we continue speaking, we are ticking the boxes of the objectives that we had set. It is very good as we continue the session because I believe we all got the flyer. We are all looking and seeing what areas have remained, what bits of the proposal, or what big bits of the workshop we have ticked, which ones are still remaining, so that we stick to the objectives that we have said, so that we don't also go away from the words that we are also telling ourselves. And I think at this time we have gone through a bit of what we wanted to share today, and we have other areas that are very important when it comes to resource mobilization that we want now to get to. Mwema has actually spoken about the different partners, about the different projects, about how we can be able to leverage in terms of the existing partners, and he has even given us examples of whom we can be able to approach. At this point, we want now to look at now this bit that we talk about policy advocacy, what it is really, how can we be able to resource mobilize for policy advocacy. And we have a very good and amazing gentleman. I know he has a very big profile that I think I will mention when we are completing the session, so that we see it relates very well with what he's going to speak. So at this juncture, I'd like to bring in my namesake, Mr. Brian Kipinji, who's the Executive Director of Policy Action Initiative, who will take us through the next few minutes on resource mobilization for policy advocacy. And I think I will have my timer right here, because we have a very good session for the simulation that we want to get now to the practicality of everything that we've been able to learn for the last 2 hours. So yeah, thank you so much, Kitinji. The floor is yours. Let us give him some virtual applauses as he comes to speak. Karibu sana, Kitinji.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Brian, Namsek. It was such a you've so much hyped the introduction so much. And big ups also Boniface for organizing such an important session, and also for the presentation. I hope you share the slides with us, because many presentations people don't share slides. And I kind of understand also, because it's your intellectual knowledge. So I hope you will give us the leeway and the gratitude to share with us those slides. So I think I want this session to be as much interactive, because I don't do lectures. I find lectures to be boring and not impactful. So at any moment in time, you may raise a question, but also I'll also be asking questions. So if I ask a question, if you could just unmute and speak up for 5 or 10 seconds, I don't mind. I'll try to squeeze time as much as possible, so that we ensure that we have this back and forth exchange, so that we can be able to probe. So I was invited to speak about policy advocacy and resource mobilization, but let me start by introducing myself, as it's always done. However, I have not come with my wife, so I cannot tell my wife to stand like the way they do in church. I go to SDA church, so they usually do that a lot. So I can't tell my wife to stand. However, I hope wherever she is, she's going to wave to the crowd. My name is Brian Kithinji. I'm the Executive Director and the founder of Policy Action Initiative. Policy Action Initiative is an organization that we founded in 2023. And we founded it because we were tired of young people not being involved in research and policy processes. Outside of my work at Policy Action Initiative, I am also in the EU Youth Sounding Board for Kenya, where now we are doing a research looking at youth engagement in electoral processes. And I believe that I've been to some of your counties. If anyone is from West Pokot, Kisumu, Nakuru, Mandera, Kilifi as well, Meru County, Nakuru and Nairobi, of course. If you are from any of these counties and we haven't gotten data from you, my apologies, but hopefully next time we'll collaborate. Outside of that, I'm also a lead consultant in the EU Include Knowledge platform, where I've been assisting the University of Leighton in preparing their program for PhD students looking at meaningful youth engagement in agricultural research. So that's what basically I do for a living. At Policy Action Initiative, I would say, as I mentioned it before, I don't know if I do a slideshow, you will, let me do a slideshow so that you don't miss. Yeah, I think should be good. Yes. So at Policy Action Initiative, as I mentioned, our work is focused on 3 areas. We do a lot of research, as I've mentioned, the research project that we are doing for the elections, but we've also done research on agroecology. We've also done research on climate and gender mobility for Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. We've also done a lot of policy analysis, and we also do skilling programs whereby if you want, for example, trainings on policy, trainings on different aspects, even on environmental law, carbon markets, we also do that. Sadly, we've been doing the skilling bit on a voluntary basis more, but for the research and policy analysis has been a lot of focus in our work. So without further much ado, I didn't want the introduction to take more than 1% of the time. Let's go to what we are going to discuss. So at this stage, I think I'm going to ask, because we are talking about resource mobilization for policy advocacy. Has anyone here interacted with policy before? Just by raising your hands. You don't need to answer that. Nice, Patrice. Yeah, Kilonzo. Terrific. So I assume that some of us, thank you so much, John Johnson, thank you so much. So I assume that most of us have. Now, I would also ask this question. Now, Lillian as well, thank you so much. Sylvia, the hands keep coming, thank you so much. And everyone else, Derek as well, thank you so much. So at this stage, I'm going to ask, yes, we've interacted with policy, and I'm sure some of you also, thank you, Paris, as well. Some of you also have interacted with law. We know law, Sharia, like ukishikwa na polisi anakuambia, this is a law that you've broken, and this is what, and then mnaelewana baadaye. So in this case, between a policy and a law, which one do you believe comes first? Yes, John.
For me, I believe that policy should come before the law because law is informed by policies.
Oh, terrific, terrific. I even thought you may be the cheat code because you've done this before. Terrific. So, as well, policy comes before the law, but there's something here which is important to note, especially because we'll be talking about resource mobilization for policy advocacy. In that, policies are not just set by the government. Policies are also set by institutions. They are also set by organizations. They are also set in your family home. Like, for example, me, when I was growing up, our home, we had this policy, which was enforced by my mom vigorously, that you have to be at home by 7 p.m. So even if you are somewhere and it's reaches 7 p.m. and you're not at home, that day you'll be beaten because at that time we didn't have phones to send messages. So you had to make sure that you are at home by 7 p.m. That was a policy that we had at home. It's not written anywhere in the constitution or any law or act by parliament or even bylaw of Mombasa County, the county where I grew up, where it's written that every child has to be at home by 7 p.m. That is not what is there. But because policy is a cause of action that can be adopted by any person, any institution, my mom was able to set that policy and she was able to enforce it. So when you talk about resource mobilization, do not just look at resource mobilization to kickstart a legislative process. And by legislative process is like, for example, we want to refine the Climate Change Act. And then we say, we want to go and mobilize resources, we want to go to communities, collect their views and petition parliament. Yes, that is one form of resource mobilization for policy advocacy. However, because policies are not just a preserve of the government, we should also look at, can we also collaborate with some of the institutions that Boniface talked about? Like, for example, Coca-Cola has its own policies. Well, for example, ActionAid has its own policies. Can we pitch to do a baseline survey for ActionAid to see whether some of the policies that they have, their approaches to youth engagement in, let's say, Kilifi County, is the correct method? Can we do something with Shofco, for example? Shofco is big in Kibera, I know that. Can we do something with Shofco? Can we pitch to do a baseline survey? Can we pitch to do a policy review for Shofco to see whether the approaches in Kibera are being impactful? So when you talk about resource mobilization and opportunities for policy advocacy, do not look at them at the national level or at the county level. Zile mikutano zenye you go there, insult, speak, and then get the photo, and then say, today I was with the governor, or today I was with the parliamentary committee. Let's not look at that, because even that process, and let me be honest, because all of us here are after money, that process does not bring funds. Nobody is going to pay you for going to go and present submissions in parliament. Those are things you do for either impact, because you love and you are really interested in that, or because for the photo op opportunity. Sadly, some of us young people are always after the photo op opportunity. But if you're looking for opportunities for policy advocacy, the target should be the organizations, especially the large civil society organizations, the large quote-unquote humanitarian organizations. And that's why I put this slide here, so that you know that policy comes before a law, but also policy can be set by anybody. And policies are always based on citizen complaints, raw data, meaning the research that you do on the ground. So for example, when you go and pitch to do a baseline survey for Shofco, for example, if you are in Kibera, then you may say the reason why in your proposal is because of this research or this data that we collected between young people in this specific area in Kibera, and then we realized that the approach is not matching, or this is a gap that Shofco can fill, and that's where we want to assist Shofco in refining their strategy. So that's how I believe we should be able to look at policy advocacy if we want to resource mobilize, but also if we want to grow ourselves and get opportunities to get more financing. Because at the national level, that unfortunately we don't have that flow of funds to support youth-led organizations to participate in legislative processes. Of course, these are the stages of policy making. If we had time, we could have done exercises on problem identification, on agenda setting. But it's important to note, among these 5 stages of policy making, where we as young people can identify gaps is on this stage: problem identification, monitoring, and evaluation. The reason why I state these 2 majorly is because problem identification is a part where many organizations, many quote-unquote big people, experts don't like doing. Because let me not lie to you, the work of research, or even the work that we're doing here, because this is more like a focus group discussion, to be honest. You could easily remove the PowerPoint slides and it becomes a focus group discussion. This work, this heavy work of sitting with people, talking with people, trying to collect their information, trying to have a conversation, is something that many people at the top do not like doing. Though they should be, because if you're an expert, you should be able to speak to many people and understand what they're saying. However, they don't do that. And this is an area where, even when we founded Policy Action, this is what you are looking for. You are looking for, can we do the hard work that many people at the top who are policy experts, who are research experts, do not like doing? Because let's be honest, even professors in campus, rarely do they go to the ground to collect data. They usually subcontract to another person. Most of the time, it's usually an assistant lecturer who's doing the masters there. And because the professor gave you the job in that department, so you have to go and do the research for him. Many people do not like doing that hard work. So if you're a young person and you're looking for opportunities, this is one area. So identify this area for doing those reports that I mentioned about, for doing those research data collection, but also for doing, I would say, marketing in a right way. Marketing, for example, if Coca-Cola has come up with a new product, or they want to advertise their Coke Zero in campuses, like now, especially when campus is opening, this is an area for you to come in. So let's look at problem identification as one stage, as one aspect of policy making where we should focus. Let us ignore policy development, because even when you're involved in policy development, I'm telling you honestly, it doesn't have any resources to be there. Brian can also attest. You'll be called for a meeting in Nairobi. Yes, we'll have the photo op. You'll sit down with the ED, the governor, etc. However, that hasn't had any impact, because after that, you board your matatu and you go back to your home and nothing has changed. However, problem identification is where you can get money. Monitoring and evaluation as well is where you can also get, because as well, there are always opportunities. And the funny part is, when you look at advertisements that are on various, even on the newspaper, you will see many organizations identify advertising to get somebody to do monitoring and evaluation of their existing project, or the existing HR approach, or something to do with person with disabilities manual. So this is an area. Agenda setting, not as much, because even as young people, you don't have the power to do that. And of course, implementation, unless you have a militia and you have guns and everything to go and implement the policies that are there, there's nothing you can do. And this is where the folly of the climate change movement, in my opinion, the reason why many people are in climate change and they never seem to progress is because they get stuck in either agenda setting, quote unquote, policy development and implementation. And this is where, as a young person, you don't have the ability, you don't have the resources, you don't have the power, and you don't have the wherewithal or the necessary, like the government is not interested, or even the large NGOs, Pacture, for example, etc. They are not interested in really supporting young people to participate in these areas meaningfully because this is their work. But if you were to focus on this other part, you may at least have a conversation with them because this is not where they are. So without further much ado, let's go to understanding resource mobilization. Unless somebody has a question at any time, just raise your hand and we can proceed. So resource mobilization, I don't like defining English terms because I believe everybody studied 844. For the ones who have come with anybody who's born the year 2000 past, you may not have found 844 as much as we found it. So if you did 844 and you had a book called First Aid, you are very good in English. Nobody should ever define any term for you. So I believe I'm not going to spend time defining because all of you know this, or everyone here knows what resource mobilization is. However, I'm going to look at the key components of resource mobilization. Boniface talked about identifying funding sources, the organizations, the Coca-Colas, for example, and etc. And how do you manage them even when you get them on board? And he mentioned something very important, like how do you keep them engaged in communication, being trustworthy? And I'll insist on communications a lot, especially because I have seen instances, I myself have been a victim, and I have mentioned this story many times, whereby an organization chooses to fund you for something. For example, fund some of your participants to attend COP28 that was in Dubai. Was it COP28? Oh, there are so many COPs every time. So let's assume the COP that was in Dubai. I know one was there. So an organization comes and funds you. You go there, you don't even make a mention of them on their social media post. You don't even show gratitude to them. So if you are an executive of that organization, tell me, how would you feel? Because the celebrations you're putting, the photos you're putting, you are at Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, you are seated on top. If you're not praising the person who's paid for you, then it doesn't even sit good, even morally, ethically at all. And that's the problem where Boniface was saying, how do you manage them when they come? So that's why I always insist, try to develop a fundraising strategy. In that, the fundraising strategy shouldn't be just about securing the resources. It should also be about how Boniface mentioned, how do you keep the partners on board? How do you ensure that you have a sustainable revenue stream? Again, you can't be reliant as young people on receiving aid like kila mara mtu anakusaidia anakutolea. It is good, yes, and of course you need it because we are at the bottom of the food chain, Maslow's hierarchy at the bottom. However, there should also be a sustainable way, whereby if, for example, I'm looking for a donor to give me 100,000 shillings in my project, this 100,000 shillings, I have to guarantee it creates opportunity for us to receive even more. And do not shy away, because there's always this argument that, a capacity building, for example, if I want to get a donor to give me, let's say, 100,000 shillings for me to hold a workshop in a hotel, it won't bring returns. Yes, that's a very traditional, old, archaic way of thinking. If you purposely look at that workshop as a way of building your own brand, of ensuring you invite right people to see your capacity, etc., then that can generate income. So in anything that you do, think about, if we are going to get these funds, then how do we ensure that it's going to generate more and more? And of course, on partners. One important thing also to note is that there are domestic funding sources, of course, within the country. However, we know that these ones are, if you don't have connections, it's very hard to get them. I mean, let's be honest, we are in Kenya where merit is not really a factor. So I wouldn't really focus on domestic. However, if you want to tap into domestic, you have to look at organizations or companies that are aligned with what you do, and where at least you can find a niche or a place to break through. And in this case, when you approach these organizations, you don't approach them from, I have a proposal, can you help me with money? No, that's the wrong way. You approach them from a point of view of, how can we work together? There's this project you are doing in Malindi. We are based in Watamu, which is not far, but can we collaborate? You can assist you with this. So you come on board, you share with them in this project, and then afterwards, now you can have the audacity to ask them to give you funding. Of course, there are international funding sources. I always say without international aid, 90% of Kenyans would be in the farm. That's true because of how the system is. And then now there's also maximizing resource mobilization. How do we diversify funds, as I mentioned, and to develop? So we know what the funding architecture. Now the third part is, imagine all this money that is here, but no one here can mention or can say they know somebody who got this funding. And this shows one thing, that the way the system is, it's very hard for you to be able to source as much money from these large organizations to be able to go and do your policy advocacy or any project that you may desire. And that is why when you want to get to tap into these funding amounts, you have to look at the stages. You remember the stages of policy making, of policy advocacy. How do we be strategic? So for example, FDB is not going to fund you to do a capacity building workshop. However, you can apply for a research program that is funded by FDB. UNDP may not be interested in a capacity building, but UNDP may be interested in a project which brings together women and trains them on livelihoods. So that may be a way for you to come in. So look at innovative way, learn what the main funders are doing, try to see are there open calls for applying, and then try to position yourself in the right way. So to develop a resource mobilization strategy, of course, for policy advocacy, you have to assess, you have to look at what do you want to change through your policy advocacy. Is it geared at, for example, changing an existing policy, changing a way of life? So if I was doing policy advocacy in Mandera, do I want to change the way communities there have been focused so much on traditional pastoralism, and I want them to move to climate smart agriculture, and Mandera County doesn't have a specific bylaw on that, for example. So you have to assess what is the specific change that you want to see, and is it a people change or a process change? Because a process change is always difficult to get funding for, because processes are managed by institutions, political leaders. So it's very hard even for an organization to invest in you to go and change the existing carbon markets regulations that Kenya has, for example. Process changes are difficult because there are so many actors. If this was just a policy workshop, we would have also gone into identifying, mapping actors and their interest and seeing how do you approach them. So if that's difficult, but changing people is much easier because that is where funding is. And you can always get results from changing people because we have human beings naturally are as much diverse as possible. You have to analyze your resource needs. Do you need financial? Do you need human? Do you need technical? There's always a tendency people focus on, when I want to do a policy advocacy, I just want the money. However, sometimes the money may not even be the right thing for you to get. For example, if I was to do I want to do a capacity building workshop of young people in policy advocacy. If you just say you're giving money, it's not really so much. But if you say, I'm going to give you an opportunity to do it in a hotel in Nairobi, like we'll give you space in Serena Hotel, we are going to pay for the meals, we are going to pay for everything, and we'll give transport reimbursements for the young people, but we're not going to give you money. Has that achieved your aim? Yes or no? It has, let's be honest, because your aim is to bring the people together somewhere decent, somewhere where you can have the tools and the resources. So now that's the thing, because sometimes we always focus on the financial, we forget that there are other aspects, even technical, even just the platform and the visibility is also important as well. So you have to assess what do you need. You also have to identify potential funding sources based on what do they do and how can you serve their niche. You also have to develop a diversified funding strategy, as I said, and to craft compelling. I don't know whether there's time to go through how do you draft a compelling financial proposal, how do you ensure that you include the buzzwords of sustainability, gender equity, gender equality that everybody likes, though they don't practice. So you have to ensure that you ensure that your financial proposal is as much well crafted, it articulates the impact as much as possible, and gives value for the donor. So if I'm Coca-Cola and you want to do an event in, let's say, Kenyatta University, and you approach me, you have to show that this event is going to help me generate more sales, because Coca-Cola is not after impacting people. Coca-Cola is after making more money from sales. They want to sell more of their products. So you have to show, and by that you would have to include in your proposal, Kenyatta University as a student population of, let's say, 30,000. this event, we are targeting at least 100. However, with the flow of people within this area, at least 5,000 or 10,000 people will pass each day. And there's a likelihood of these people buying Coca-Cola. So that's why we need Coca-Cola to come through. But if you just tell Coca-Cola we just want impact, no one is going to fund that because Coca-Cola is not after that. But if you tell Action Aid, for example, you're looking for impact, they may fund it. They may not be interested in the sales bit. And of course, fostering strategic partnerships and evaluating the progress. You have to periodically track, account for what you've been given, and show and report back to the donors and tell them this is what we've done, this is a step-by-step, these are the reports. You know, sometimes even something like if you're given funding to do, if you're doing an event somewhere and you get different funders and they all give you funding to do it, at least ensure once the event is done, you have a report and you submit to all the funders, because that shows that you are trustworthy, that you are able to track the money that they gave you, and you are able to deliver on the outcomes that you had told them. Many people always ignore the part about reporting. They are like, the event happened, we put photos on social media and we went. However, that doesn't give you a bonus with the donors. You have to ensure that you report, even though there is no condition for you to do it. Just be professional and do that. So for monitoring and evaluation, there are stages for monitoring and evaluation. Of course, we have policy impact measurement, we have stakeholder engagement tracking. So from here, what I'm going just to say is that for policy advocacy specifically, you have to look at the reach of your advocacy campaign. And this is usually very difficult to be able to track, because many people, even when you do open surveys or try to speak to them after the advocacy campaign has ended, they'll tell you positive things because either they're your friends or they want to be invited to the next round. So you have to, it's quite difficult to be able to evaluate the impact of that. So you have to develop at least a novel strategy. This is something that even I, as a professional, it always disturbs me. How do we get to be able to know this is the exact impact of the advocacy campaigns that we've done? Some of the case studies of successful resource mobilization, I would mention specifically this one in Uganda and Malawi, because we've seen examples in Kenya. So in Uganda, the deforestation rate is 9%. The forest cover in Uganda in 1990 was 24%. Now it's 9%. So this group, this group in Kasese, they came together. Kasese is near the Rwenzori Mountains, the border of Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda. So they came together as community-based organizations led by women, and then they decided to mobilize funds to be able to do reforestation, but also to educate the community on alternative sources of fuel, because majority of them are using firewood, so that's why they were cutting the trees. And they were able to be successful simply because of one thing. They were not just going and saying deforestation is bad and we need to stop it. They were like, we need resources, not just to halt deforestation, and not just to go and do tree planting, which has become the main economic activity for a section of young people in Kenya. Not just we want to do that, but we also want to ensure that we promote sustainable land use by training the community on alternative fuel sources. So we are going to train them on biomass, biochar, and also we are going to train the community, because you can't tell them to stop firewood. We are going to train them how do you use the correct the fallen trees, for example, for firewood. Do not go and cut this type of tree if it's young. So they were quite successful because they were able to mobilize around 15 million Kenyan shillings, equivalent to 15 million Kenyan shillings, to be able to do this campaign. Another one is about water in Malawi, and this one they were able to get funding from UNICEF to be able to do it. The key thing was they showed their impact, they showed the extent of the problem in the community, and they tried to develop an innovative way of solving it. They weren't like, we just want water, or we just want to plant trees, or we just want to do a workshop and tell people cutting trees is bad. They try to find an innovative way that brings people together and that shows numbers, because donors are after numbers, and that shows diversified impact, which donors are also after. So, of course, we know, as of now, I believe as young people, we know where we can access funding opportunities. So I'm not going to spend time. But what I'm going to conclude by saying is that it is a very, very tough world, especially the country that we have in Kenya. It's very, very tough for us to be, for a young person, or even not just a young person, even any person, any human being. It's always tough to be able to source funding. However, if you try to be as much creative as possible, if you try to be as much targeted as possible, if you try to be able to approach partners, organizations that are doing quite similar things and show them this is the gap that you have in your approach, and this is how we can be able to solve it. You can carve out a niche for yourself. It may not be as much. Do not start a project thinking that you'll get 1 million shillings. It's quite a folly. You may get it, but the 99.9% chances you won't. But try to grow slowly by slowly. Do not chase for as much wins as possible, and try to be targeted in what do you want to resolve and where do you want the donors to come through and what type of support they should give you. So with that, I'm going to conclude there for questions. Sorry, I spoke quite for more time, I believe. And if you have any questions, shoot it and let's discuss. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Kidinji, Brian, for that good presentation. I think I also am ending up taking a lot of notes from the conversations that are going here. Very diverse, very enriching. Yeah, and they are all coming in to sum up what we were here to do today. So thank you so much. Yeah, I see for those who are working on getting the contacts of our speakers here, it is there. So please get the contact as we also move forward. Yeah, so if you still have questions, if you have questions both for Mwema and also for Kithinji, yeah, you can as well type them in the chat box, and then we can be able to have them respond as soon as possible so that everyone is at par with where we are and where we are going. So before we get to the next presentation, I'd like to rope in Boniface Mwema. And for this one, we know we have very good speakers, very good partners who have come in to support and also to engage with us and also to provide opportunities. So I think for a few minutes, just Mwema, you could come in, yeah, and then we could just do a recognition of the partners who have been able to support us, and then we can be able to move from there. Thank you. Over to you, Mwema.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's give Kithinji another round of applause. And yes, please, let's give Kithinji another round of applause. He's done really good job in administering that subject. And he also forgot to tell you that he has been a journalist before, which makes him an excellent communicator, working with CNBC Africa, where he also reported entrepreneurship stories and completed the prestigious Pointer Coach Media and Journalism Fellowship. So he's a widely resourced man in terms of communication and also his leadership in policy. Thank you very much. So at this point, we want to acknowledge some of the partners who we have collaborated with in this initiative. We have not done it all alone. And to begin with is Youth for SDGs. I would like to give this chance to Diana, if she's around. Please, let's give Diana a round of applause for supporting and leading Youth for SDGs to support this initiative. Okay, I am trying to see if there are some rounds of applause here. I want to check. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I have seen them. Karibu sana, Diana. Diana, this is your stage. Tell us more about Youth for SDGs and generally anything you'd like us to know about yourself in brief remarks. Karibu sana. I think I saw Diana around. Okay. I believe she will be. Yeah. Okay. So Diana, also it's important to acknowledge that Diana is the one who linked us to Yvonne of, it's called Trust Network, is the one who linked us to Yvonne as a speaker. So we appreciate very much Youth for SDGs for supporting this workshop with the facilitator. That is very much appreciated. Marion Stechi. Yes, Marion, please, you can proceed and represent Youth for SDGs. Karibu sana. Karibu. Marion Stechi. Just briefly.
Thank you so much. Such an informative session it has been. And my name is Marion Stechi. I serve as the communications lead for Youth for SDGs Kenya. And basically what we do is to champion for SDG agenda across the country and even beyond. But a little bit of what we do is in regards to championing for the youth agenda. So Youth for SDGs is a youth-led, youth-focused organization that basically exists to just enhance the space for meaningful youth engagement in sustainable development matters, just like we are here today to champion for very important agenda on how we can scale better and how we can do better. So we provide the youth with a platform for empowerment and even engaging in various policy discussions with the aim of influencing, just like the thing you had just highlighted, with the aim of influencing and integrating the youth ideas into decision and policy making. So our work is oriented around SDG governance, youth peace and security, gender equality, economic empowerment, governance and leadership, and climate change. So we are just committed to amplifying the youth voice and its inclusion in decision making, shaping public debates, and even delivering sustainable solutions to present some of these developmental challenges. So we have a few projects running, and I would just like to mention one of our major projects that has been running for quite some time. That is the Tabianchi SOS project, which has been an initiative between Youth for SDGs and DocuBox, which is the East African Film Fund, that aims to basically address the urgent climate change impacts facing Africa, despite the continent just contributing 3% of the global emission. So we sought the need to have an inclusive climate discourse and address the economic, ecological, and social stress caused by climate crisis. So with this, we used the media, which plays a vital role in raising awareness and inspiring action. So we did this project through utilizing storytelling through various mediums that can bridge the knowledge gap and empower individuals. So basically, we're working with journalists to just empower them to help us combat climate misinformation, to help us disseminate the correct climate information. We have other projects running, and I hope if Diana was here, would have enlightened a lot even about this partnership that we had today. But that's it basically. So we do a lot on peace and security as well. And we have a youth network. If interested, you can reach us out in our social media accounts. We have the Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and the LinkedIn, which are very active. So you can reach us out on that or on our emails. And then we will definitely add you to the youth SDGs network. Thank you very much, Mwema. And that's it from my side.
Asante sana, Marion. Thank you very much. I understand that you are also contesting for some position at the Commonwealth. All the very best. And if there is a way we can also vote for you, you can let us know. So please share the email address in the chat so that the changemakers who are here can reach out to you. And friends, I want us to join together to appreciate two organizations at once, who are Youth for SDGs Kenya and Nuru Trust Network. Let's give some round of applause to them. please, let's give some round of applause to those organizations because they have really supported us with knowledge and resources to ensure that we have this section very successful. Asante sana, asanteni sana, and we will continue collaborating even in your initiatives that you have in organizations. I know that our friend Brian Kipinji has an event that is upcoming. We'll give him a chance to tell us about it because it is beneficial for young people, especially those in universities and those interested in the food system. I will give him a chance shortly. We can have Sabiko group of friends. Johnson, are you around? You can give us a greeting and a highlight from Sabiko group of friends.
All right. Thank you so much, Mwema. And I must say that the sessions today have been quite impactful. We appreciate the partnership that we've had so far with Mwema Action Post. And today is a testament of that partnership and equally what we can do when you come together. There's a popular saying, individually we are only but a drop, together we are an ocean. And an ocean we can do so much. And today we've seen a couple of youth change makers making change and equally translating that change to other fellow youth. So to start off, my name is Johnson Ongan. I am the founder of Sabiko Group of Friends. We are youth-led, community-based organization. We are based in Kibera. And from the word friends, we are a team of young people that are anchored on three things: from friendship, purpose, and action. So our work majorly revolves around the 5 pillars. We have a pillar on education and lifelong learning, because we believe all these advocacy efforts that you're making, if it's not anchored on a proper framework like education, then it will end up to be just an advocacy effort. With proper education system that translates to lifelong learning beyond classrooms, then we're able to translate this conversation further to be all inclusive. We have a second pillar on youth skilling and economic empowerment. And on this, we have a program, we are calling it Vibes and Threads, that is exploring sustainable fashion in terms of how can we reduce the kind of waste we have in our environment in terms of the textile industry. And this has been a menace, especially in the data that we have in the past 4 or 5 years. It has become alarming, the kind of waste products that we have, especially from the textile industry. And we thought it wise, why not, as we're advancing our efforts around climate action, to also incorporate it within our programs. We have a third pillar on climate action and environmental stewardship. And on that, we have an incoming program that we are together working with, I know some of the people here, Brian Seronei, Executive Director, Mwema Action Post, on Right to Learn, that is now exploring the avenues of access to education, particularly equipping learners with environmental conscious literacy around it. And by extension, we are equally exploring a number of partnerships. We have another partner coming on board, Bridge of Hope International. We're exploring avenues on how we can develop curriculum, especially on climate literacy, that is going to target primary and secondary schools. The fourth one, we have a pillar on peace building and social cohesion. And for the 2 years in a row, we've been part of a peace concert that usually happens in Kigali, Rwanda, that explores how our cultures, how our art can be used to promote peace within our communities. And this has brought a number of countries. We have 5 countries on board. We have Kenya, we have DRC Congo, we have Rwanda itself, we have Cameroon, and we have Japan. And lastly, we have a pillar on strategic partnership and community engagement, because at the end of the day, on these programs, if the community is not part and parcel of these discussions, then we end up doing efforts that remain to be an activity that is not owned by our communities. As I'm finalizing, I know as part of the discussions that we've had in terms of resource mobilization, an area that I would also want to approach and bring our attention to, let us also see our community as one of the resources. Because if we are going to look at resource in terms of other parties apart from the community itself, then it means all programs that you're going to do within our community will remain to be something that is being driven by Mwema Action Post, being driven by Sabiko, being driven by so-and-so, but it is not being driven by the community itself. So that is an area that I wanted to share with all of you. I'm glad and I'm happy that we've had a participation of almost 40 young people, or even 50, because some have been joining, some have been equally leaving. It shows the kind of impact this advocacy session has, and equally how young people are yearning for these information sessions. So for me, as I give it back to Mwema, this has been a kudos, and we hope this is going to be an ongoing partnership and see how we can maybe subdivide these into key specific things. I know the subsequent session would be in terms of what are the successful projects that we've done that Mwema Action Post has assisted and facilitated in terms of proposal writing. And an area that as an organization we're able to report, Right to Learn is a project that we started, and Mwema Action Post has been at the helm of assisting us put the concept note together, put the budget together, put the proposal together. And it's something that we are happy to report. We are targeting 5,000 pieces of pens and pencils, and today we have 2,500. So from a practical example, I know tomorrow others are going to also share the same. Thank you so much, and back to you, Mwema Action Post. Asante.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Johnson, let's give Johnson a round of applause, please. Round of applause for Johnson. Round of applause for Johnson. Thank you very much. I'm glad to announce that we finally have Simon. Simon will come later on, because during the time it's slotted, he was not available. He'll come later. Right now, so some of the things you can expect very soon is Simon's presentation about opportunities in Yali and resource mobilization generally, and Brian Kitinji telling us about his event. And then we also acknowledge partnership with Code Sana. Code Sana is an initiative by Simon. He will tell us more about what they do at Code Sana. And Paid Platform. Paid Platform has supported our funds collection, ticketing. It's a ticketing platform. And we thank you very much for partnering with us and making this a success. Mark, I can see your hand, and your hand will be taken care of during the question and answer session. So at this point, I would like to welcome Cleophas Biambo Omanyo, who is a senior credit officer at the Kenya Youth Enterprise Development Fund, which is popularly known as the Youth Fund. And he has a BSc in Manufacturing, Engineering and Technology from Egerton University from 2008, and is a registered engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya, EBK. He has a master's in project management from JKUAT, and is a certified monitoring and evaluation specialist from the Kenya Institute of Management. He's also a certificate in Kenya Sign Language. This is very interesting. Certificate in credit risk management, Kenya School of Government. Work experience is from Faulu Microfinance, DTM, Equity Bank, and currently at Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Youth Fund is one of the government initiatives that are rolled out at the local level that can support change makers who are doing initiatives to apply in groups and to support their work. I have seen many success stories from Youth Fund. People have gotten money, they have done agribusiness projects, they have done tree, seedling growing, and other business ventures. So Cleophas will tell us more about what they do at Youth Fund, because we also have knowledge deficit among young people about what Youth Fund can be able to do. And he will tell us opportunities that they have and how we can access them from Youth Fund. Friends, let us put our hands together. Let us give a round of applause, please. Let us see some round of applause for Cleophas. Hii ni pesa ndugu zangu, hii ni pesa ya Youth Fund. Hii mnataka kucheza na pesa ya Youth Fund. Hey, bwana. Let us give a round of applause for Youth Fund. You never know. Kiongozi anaweza amua tu hapa, proposals zikuja haraka haraka. Let's give a round of applause. Yes, karibu sana. Karibu sana Cleophas.
Thank you, Bwana Harrison. I don't know, am I audible enough?
Yes, we can get you clearly.
Okay, thank you. Representing a government agency is not easy. I have quite a number of slides, but I will rush through them so that I fit within the time that has been allocated for me. First of all, let me appreciate you, Harrison, for giving me this opportunity, and by extension, the Youth Enterprise Fund, to be able to showcase what we do. It is always our pleasure. So thank you so much. And all the other presentations I have seen and heard, we are glad that there are people out there who have the interests of the youth at heart. So on the can you be able to see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, I'll not do much more than that first slide has done. My names are there, contacts in case there's anyone who would want to reach out to me. You can be able to do the same. Let me rush to the next. Slide.
Okay. Is it only on my end or there's a technical challenge on sound?
Yes.
I can now hear you.
Okay, we are under the Ministry of
can you
Youth
hear?
Affairs. Hello.
I thought I lost you at some point. No. Johnson, can you hear? Yeah, there's a challenge. There's a challenge on connectivity.
Okay.
Okay.
I think
now you are good.
Yes, we are good now.
Yes, we are good now.
Are you seeing the next the slide I'm presenting, the next one about the fund?
Yes.
Okay, let me move to the third one. The structure of the fund. Basically, we have a board that's appointed by the CS, and the chairperson is appointed by the president. Then we have a secretariat, for which I'm a member. This one is headed by the CEO. Then we have headquarters and county offices. So you can reach us from every county headquarters in Kenya. Then that's about our staff composition. So that is that. Our mandate, we have quite a cocktail of mandates that we serve. Though we are mainly known for giving loans. Okay. That is the first one, provision of affordable business finance. Then we also facilitate youth to access employment opportunities abroad. I know you've heard week commercial infrastructure support and incubation to youth enterprises. We do
We have started losing you again.
Are you getting me? Apologies. I think the app keeps disappearing. But am I okay now?
Now it's better. Now it's better.
Okay, moving on. I think I will have to share the Nini again.
The slides, but we understand you are in the field, so being in the field also, yes, it comes with its own issues. Now it's good. We can see.
Yes. Performance.
Okay.
In our array of products that we offer. So what do we do in terms of our products? We have an array of products. One, we have group loans. You can be able to see there. We have Stawi. These are loans for youth in groups. This one is just a fresh group without any project, any savings, anything. They just come, they have a proposal, and we can be able to finance them up to a maximum of 1 million. We start with 100,000. And then we have an ES loan. This is for members in groups who have their own businesses. So here we can be able to give them small loans of 20,000 up to 200,000. We have a loan called VUCA loan. This is a loan for individuals and is used for business expansion. You can also be able to use for business startups. Here we are giving between 100,000 to 5 million Kenya shillings. Then we have asset finance loans. This to facilitate our young people acquire assets. So if you want to buy a trailer, you want to buy a truck, you want to buy a pickup, you are in taxi business, Uber business, you have a cyber shop and you want to buy computers, those are assets which you can be able to finance you with. We have loans for agribusiness. So these are for youths or groups or individuals who are interested in agribusiness. We give up to a maximum of 2 million. Vitalanta loan, this is for those who are in the creative industry, producers, cameramen, artists, fine art, all that kind of creative industry, musicians. Yeah, so these ones can be able to reach us and we can be able to finance them with a loan of up to a maximum of 2 million. Go Green.
Yeah, you can adjust. Yeah. Right.
Sector.
Okay.
Individual youth who have secured jobs abroad. We have a number of partners that we're working with.
Yeah. We lost you again. Hello, Cleophas. Yeah. Cleophas left, eh? See, this conversation about money is very important. Very, very important. You're also beginning to see that money for almost everything is with the youth fund. I saw Marion requesting if they can also support something, at which we'll find out. We'll find out if they can support.
Apologies. I have an app that keeps disappearing.
Okay, no
Zoom
problem.
works
Sasa
close.
tuanzie hapo kwa Go Green. Go Green hapo
Okay.
hapo.
Okay, are you seeing the slides or do I share again?
Please share again.
Okay. I don't know why this thing keeps taking off. Okay, so we were at Go Green, huh?
Yes.
So we are saying here we finance projects or businesses in the green economy sector. So all those young people involved in waste management, recycling, reusing plastics, any kind of thing, taking care of the environment, cleanliness, all those, we can be able to support them with the loans up to a maximum of 2 million. Then we have migration loans. This we are giving to individual youths who have secured jobs abroad. This one we are giving up to a maximum of 300,000. So they're able to go out there, then they pay us back in installments. We have LPO loans and bid bonds. This is to government procurement opportunities. So you have a tender, you have an LSO, you have an LPO, you can reach out to us and you can be able to finance up to a maximum of 5 million of that. Vibe loan, this is to facilitate young people who are taking jobs as in cruise ships as seafarers. but this is mostly in our coastal region. So wanaitwa baharia, mabaharia. So those that are getting jobs there, usually these funds are just used to take care of medical tests there. There are so many tests that they go through, yellow fever and all that kind of stuff. So we take care of that, and training through the Bandari. I think there's a Bandari Maritime Training College. There's some training they have to undergo. So we finance them to be able to go through all that kind of stuff. There's a loan that was envisioned as Mobilon, but has not really come to place. So when that comes up, we can be able to look at it. Who is eligible to our loans? Are we together? Hello?
Yes, we are very much together.
Yes, so you can see forms of enterprises to be funded. So we look at individual lending. We finance sole proprietors, limited companies, partnerships, and limited liability partnerships. Then we have group lending. We finance registered groups, members of a formally registered aggregate association, an investment club, or a SACCO. We have also opened up our financing to financial institutions, SACCOs, and financial intermediaries. To break that down more, so we are looking at business owned and managed by youth or youth groups. Now, minimum threshold for composition is this. For a sole proprietor, it has to be 100% youth owned. Okay. For partnership, 100% of the partners should be youth. Then companies, 70% of the shareholding should be owned by youth. Of course, those are other requirements. The company must have been in existence for some time. Directors have to consent, and shareholders also have to give their consent. So group loans, this is now just a breakdown. So we are giving
hapo kwa Stawi,
through some trade.
Okay. All right, we lost you for a minute.
Okay.
You're back now, you're good.
Yes, so for Stawi loans, we do not charge any interest. Okay. And so this is how Stawi loans happens. We look at they start with 100,000, they go, the duration is a maximum of 36 months, no interest charged. Then we go to Smart. This a loan that we finance individuals, individually owned enterprises within a group. So if you have a group of 10 members, they come up and nominate. They can nominate 8 members, 5 members, and they say, we want these ones to be financed. Then we will finance them in that range. So first loan can be 20,000, payable in 9 months, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. A maximum is 200,000. So this, for those young people who have individual businesses, the Mamamboga, the Mutumba business here, the lady with the smokies, you know, but don't need a lot of money. They just need some little cash. That one who sells njugu here and there. This is ideal for that kind of setup. So VUCA loan, this is for mainly startup or business expansion. As indicated there, we're giving between 100,000 to 5 million, payable within a maximum of 6 years. Now, this individual loan, we are charging an interest of 8%, okay? And we have an administration fee of 2%. This is netted off from the amount we are disbursing. We have something called asset finance. I had mentioned something about it. We are financing assets. So you can just buy an asset. We don't give you cash. If it's a car, we process the car. You just go pick your key and drive off. So the loans range from 100,000 to 5 million. Payable within that duration, 6 years. The interest is the same, 8% per annum. So this is an example of one who has benefited from an asset finance. This one, we bought him a truck. You can see, can everyone see what is
yes,
the image?
We can see the handing over.
Yes, yes, that was our former CS, who is now the CS for Interior. But when we do this, we usually invite government officers just to be able to show that this is our government and we are supporting our young people. We have a loan called AgriBiz. This is to finance agriculture-related investments, agripreneurs for this matter. So the loan ranges between 50,000 to 1 million, can be paid within 2 years. The interest is 8%. We have an administration fee of 2%. Then we have Talanta. I had mentioned about it. This is for youth in the creative economy and specific sport governing bodies in Kenya, athletes or youth-owned sports agencies, stroke academies. So we give from 50,000 to 1 million. It can be payable within 2 years. The interest rate is 8%. We have an administration fee of 2%, which is netted off. I had mentioned about Go Green. This is for those in the green economy sector, renewable energy, ecotourism, waste management, farming, afforestation, carbon credits, and all that ecosystem, all that space. So we are giving 50,000 to 1 million. Payment is within 2 years. The interest rate is standard for all individual loans, as well as the administration fee. I've talked about migration loan. So this is for individuals who have secured jobs abroad. We give between 10,000 to 300,000. Maximum repayment period is 6 months. And this, I can tell our participants that the government has gone really big on this, and there are so many jobs. So far, we have supported almost 2,000 youth, and we've given out around 165 million shillings. And we are doing more and more and more. We can also finance recruitment agencies, all right? As long as they're registered with the National Employment Authority, we can finance them up to a maximum of 5 million. So these ones, they just give them leverage so that they can be able to work on their budgets. They also have budgets and all that kind of stuff. When you look at this picture, this is the picture that shows the president issuing a check to those young people who benefited recently during the International Youth Week in Kakamega. You can see there that is 163 million to Kazi Maju. So that's what we are doing so far. So what are the requirements for migration loan? You must be a youth. You must have a recruit identification documents, ID PIN. You must have an employment contract or a placement confirmation, valid Kenya passport, visa documentation. So the finances we give is just to take care of airfare and visa and a little pocket money, so that when you land in the abroad, you are afloat until when you begin earning. So reference letters, recommendation letters, mostly this is done through our TVETs. So the recruiters come through our TVETs. So I want to advise our young people, when you hear there's a recruitment in a TVET at Polytechnic, university, please rush there, because those are usually valid recruiters, and the jobs are usually good, and they go in a long way to support our young people. We have Vibe Loan. This is those in blue economy, like I said, fisheries, aquaculture, tourism, marine biotechnology, maritime transport, embarkation opportunities. This is what I said about the Vijana Baharia, okay? So those that are taking jobs as seafarers or in cruise ships. So we give 50,000 to 1 million, payable between 3 years. Our rate is the same for all our loans. I had also talked about our LPO LSO loan. This is for those that are getting tenders from government institutions. We are also looking at bringing in companies listed at the NSC, infrastructure companies who are taking large government contracts, and also credible NGOs. We are looking at bringing them on board so that we can finance our young people. So the loan amount ranges from that amount, 20,000 to 3 million, but can be scaled up depending on need. So we finance 70% of the LPO or LSO. So 30% is the contribution of the young person who is taking the tender. We also do sensitization and capacity building. So we do that by ourselves and also in collaboration with the strategic partners. We are doing that with FAO, UNDP, and all those organizations. So in this, there's screening, and then there's the pre-intake assessment. Then under capacity building, we do financial literacy training. This is mandatory for our new groups. Then there's entrepreneurship training, need-based. So a group can call requesting to be taken through entrepreneurship training. And this one is not dependent on financing. We can just train you and leave it at that, or train you, then move you to the next stage of financing. Okay? This is very crucial. I know if you have been in a WhatsApp group, you have seen something to do with the president has rolled out sponsorship or scholarship or what. We want to caution our young people. If there's anything regarding the youth fund, go to our social sites. You can be able to verify any message there. Don't send any money. Our officers don't receive cash. And also we don't give cash. When we are financing our youth, they give their bank statements and we deposit money in their accounts directly. So there's no handling of cash within our transactions. Let me end at that. I believe I've tried to rush within my time. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much, Cleophas. Let's give a round of applause to Cleophas. A round of applause, please. Let's give a round of applause to Cleophas. Yes. He's done an amazing presentation and represented the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Youth Fund, very well. You have all seen it by yourself. Let me tell you something about my relationship with Cleophas. We met with Cleophas when I was in second year at the Technical University of Kenya. And I have never lost his contact. We were doing a program there with another organization, and I think it was doing financial literacy at that time. And we have kept in touch for that time. And so that is also an aspect of the value of the networks that we keep. Thank you very much, Cleophas. I'm very much honored. And I thank you deeply for honoring this invite and sharing that much needed knowledge to fellow change makers herein. You have seen from the agribusiness project that one of us told us about is in Homa Bay, to waste management, to even ecotourism, all those projects that you are having. It's better to try and find otherwise than to just settle at saying, hii gava, unajua gava, vitu za gava. Wewe, angalia, unaweza kuwa wewe ni mmoja wa wale wanapewa check next. So that is very important. You do your part, submit your proposals, and see what happens afterwards, because we want to find resources as much in many ways as we can. As I promised you, we have Simon with us. Simon, please, you are going to save us by taking 15 minutes only, because we had a field day with your time. We really enjoyed spending your time when you were not around. So please, Cleophas, you can stop the share so that we can have the next one. Asante san. So, Simon, are you around?
Thank you so much.
Karibu sana. Simon. Simon will share with us some opportunities at Yali. Great, wonderful. Good to see you, sir. Sasa karibu sana. Dakika 15 peke yake. Pole sana. You're welcome. Okay, sorry. Wait a moment. You know, hii time imeenda sana, sasa tumeanza kuchanganyikiwa kidogo. But let me take you briefly through Simon's bio. Just a moment. It's fair to have his bio read out. There, just a moment. Let's just keep at it. We are about to get to the finish line. Don't worry. So Simon is a dedicated young leader from Emerging Leaders Foundation, ELF, Kenya, utilizing his varied skill. I hope I'm audible so that I may not be reading this beautiful bio and I am not audible. All right. Simon is a dedicated young leader from Emerging Leaders Foundation, Kenya, utilizing his varied skill and experiences to develop impactful solutions that challenge conventional norms and foster significant change. He has held the position of chair for the Participant Engagement Committee of the Yali Alumni Chapter of Kenya from 2021 to 2023. Notably, he is the immediate past representative of the Yali East and Central Africa Alumni Council to the Yali Transformation Fund Committee, which is supported by USAID Kenya. Take note of the word fund. That is where interest is. With a decade of experience in the performing arts, particularly in acting for both theater and film, Simon excels as a storyteller and a facilitator. He has successfully prepared over 300,000 high school students for their national language examinations through live performances of set texts and has led teacher training workshops and organizational forums nationwide. Currently, Simon serves as the project lead and artistic director at Code Sanaa Arts Group. Right. Can you still hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Currently, Simon serves as the project lead and artistic director at Code Sanaa Arts Group, where he co-founded the organization to create audiovisual content that highlights societal issues. He has also appeared as an actor in various television, drama series, and commercials. Outside of his professional commitments, Simon enjoys reading, playing soccer, and table tennis and traveling. He is committed to community service, conducting mentorship sessions aimed at empowering youth through skill development and creating opportunities for showcasing talent for sustainable income. As a passionate environmentalist, he volunteered with the UNDP Kenya during the first Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in 2018. Simon envisions producing wealth of thought-provoking content for public engagement across mainstream and social media, art galleries, and theaters, aiming to inspire positive change in Africa, one mind at a time. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Simon Odhiambo to take us through key aspects of resource mobilization and building credible personal and organizational profiles that are fundable. I am not able to see applause, so let us do it, please. Let us do it. Let us give a round of applause. Are we getting applause? Serone, can you confirm if we have some applause? Wonderful, good. Karibu sana, Simon. Take us through briefly.
Asante sana. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much for the very detailed introduction. A very good afternoon to everyone who's joining the meeting. My sincere apologies. I joined quite late. Boniface can tell you I've been really up and down. And just the moment he was introducing me, I don't know, somebody stepped on my wire. So even the connection lost. I decided to join with my phone. So probably you should not expect a presentation. Also basing on the fact that I'm the one standing between the meeting and lunch. So you'll allow me to just give my submission orally just as a point of interaction in the meeting to say, first of all, I'm glad that we are having such a particular session. I remember when I met with Boniface together with a number of fellow youth at a conference organized by KEPSA. I believe it was in May or in June. We were having this discussion, and our good friend Arnold mentioned that that I am usually a very big guy somewhere, and I believe that he was able to convince Boniface on that. But however, I've always tried to say that I'm not as big. We are all out here just trying to hustle from one place to another to ensure that we are able to impact our communities as well as grow our initiatives here and there. However, a number of us have been able to have gotten the privilege to step into spaces whereby our impact is more visible. And that is why you hear that I need to speak about YALI. As we well know that the new US administration came in and instituted a number of changes. I'm just giving a brief about YALI so that we understand how best we can be able to take advantage of such opportunities. I know a number of the people in this session also have been part of the program, which is called YALI. In full, it means Young African Leaders Initiative. It is a project and an initiative that was started by the 44th US president, that is Barack Obama, to build on the next generation of African leaders. And basically it features three tracks, which is business entrepreneurship, civic leadership, and public management. And usually takes three models. One model is the regional leadership centers, which we have 4 in Africa. One for East Africa, which is hosted here in Nairobi at the Chandaria Business and Innovation Center at Kenyatta University. And the other one is hosted in South Africa. And the remaining 2 are hosted in Ghana and Senegal. The one in Senegal taking care of the Francophone speaking nations. So basically, they have taken all that is one model, the regional leadership centers. And the other model is the YALI network, which are online courses on matters leadership. And this one is open to all age groups from 16 going upwards. And the third model for the YALI is the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is the signature program whereby young African leaders, about 700 of them each and every year, get to travel to the US for 6 weeks of leadership training. Also in the 3 tracks, business entrepreneurship, public management, as well as civic leadership. And also once they take the travel, they are expected to come back to their home countries and continue with the impact out of the skills and knowledge they have gained from the program. So in a nutshell, that is a brief about YALI. There's so much into it, but I know we will have another interaction some other time to talk about it. Basically, where YALI stands at the moment, it has undergone a transition as a result of the changes, as I had said, in the administration of the US since the coming in of President Trump for his second term. And you are all aware that US aid was the greatest funder of the YALI program for the regional leadership centers. And once USAID was considered, was removed from its duties within Africa, it meant that now the regional leadership centers have to find a way of conducting the program through sourcing for other partners. So at the moment, the program for the regional leadership centers stands paused as many of the regional leadership centers are undergoing the transition process. And currently, the Regional Leadership Center for East Africa has already undergone a transformation in terms of the name. Now it's no longer called the YALI Regional Leadership Center, but it's called the Regional Leadership Center. It's being implemented by the Kenyatta University. So once everything is set up and applications are open, please, we'll be able to, through this network that we have here, we'll be able to share out the information for young leaders between basically the ages of 18 to 35 to apply and join this amazing opportunity. So that is it for the YALI and for that aspect. I'll go next to talk briefly about what I do. I will not mention so much because much has been mentioned through my bio. But basically, just to resonate with the discussion here in terms of resource mobilization, you have heard that I am an actor. That is my professional bit. I've been in the acting space since back when I was in primary school. I've been able to develop that skill to a point where by now I've gotten opportunities to work with a number of organizations in the creative industry, as well as also been part of a number of television series. And the current one, probably, I know I'll be asked that question. The current one that I recently featured, and it's currently premiering. Yeah, I see there's a fellow thespian. That's good. Sylvia, yeah, we'll be having such conversations, yeah. The recent one that I was featured in is on Showmax. You can check it out for those who are subscribed on Showmax. It's called Reckless. It's a television series. Probably once you go there, you'll be able to see a familiar face that you may not have thought will be there. So that's on my professional side. And that really informed that also informed my work in Kodsana, whereby I'm the artistic director. We work with youths, especially from the slum regions of the Eastlands. Basically, we have an office at Madare, whereby we recruit the young people who are talented in arts, because we realize that in such communities, you find, especially in the densely populated communities of Madare, Dandora, Kibera, we realize that a number of young people come from very low income households. And so the opportunities they are exposed to in life are very limited because, number one, education in our country, in as much as the government has tried to make it free for a number of households in the slum areas, they really struggle to take their children to school. And so when these young people grow up, they have very limited options of making it in life. And many of them, so as to avoid being part of the social evils of prostitution, maybe being thieves and everything, they decide to resort to art and skills so that they can be able to make it in life. And so as an organization, we saw that gap and said that why don't we come up with initiatives, programs, and also a center whereby we can have these young people trained in matter skills development in creative arts. If they are dancers, we have trainers, choreographers who come there and train them to better their skills in the matter of talent. If they are talented in matter sports, we also expose them to teams. And recently you saw even in the championships that have been happening here for Chan, you saw that a number of the people who made it to the Chan squad, basically when you follow their backgrounds, many of them come from the areas of Ruaraka, Babadogo, Madare, from the slum areas. And they are now at a point whereby they are representing their country. They may not have achieved the degrees that maybe their families would have wanted them to achieve, but through talent development and maximizing on their talents, they have been able to get to a point whereby that talent can earn them something for their families. And so for us, we saw that as an opportunity. As NIC, yeah, we will need to talk. And so as an organization, we saw an opportunity to have a home for these people, for these young people. And so we came up with programs, and we registered a group back in 2014 when we were still even some of us in high school. But we saw the future, and we said this is the future we want to be part of. And through that, we have been able to have a center there, train young people in matters performing arts, and we go around schools also to perform, set books, and through that, at the National Theatre and in a number of community halls around the Nairobi region. And through that, we are able to generate income that is able to support these young people and help them also fend for their families. And out of such small acts, we have been able to access partnerships at many levels. We have also worked with the IEBC as an organization to be able to support their work in terms of civic education in the communities, because we realize that some of our areas in the densely populated regions are hotspots during election time. And be able to solve this issue, we don't just need to use force, that send the police there to be able to contain these people, but we decided, what if we go the way of civic education? We ask people, we get to inform them the benefit of them participating in the election process, to select their leaders, to engage civically in matters politics, because at the end of the day, the politics that they are engaged in policy formulation, what I've heard our brother Brian also talk about, and many others. We need everybody involved in all this, because once you are involved in the process, then you'll be able to take care of your future. You'll be part and parcel of creating the future that you want to see for your family and for your country. And so we realized that for them to be able to receive this information, it has to be broken down from the jargon in the constitution and all this policy documentation. So for us, what we do, we create plays that speak about the election process, that speak about sexual health and reproductive rights, that speak about constitution making, in a way that by the time they receive this in a performance, they are able to understand the problem in a very simplified way, and the particular action they need to take to be able to resolve the problem through performing art. And this has also attracted us to many other organizations, and we have worked in a number of spaces to improve the outcomes in that line for our community. So basically, that is the work that I do as an artistic director at Kodsana, and this is the kind of project that also gave me an opportunity to join the program at Yali. And through Yali, I was exposed to the aspect of now resource mobilization to ensure that these initiatives that we are running in the community, we can be able to scale them up so that we don't only do it within our local area and it ends in the slum areas of Madare, Dandora, and Kibera. No, we can be able to grow the impact to other areas out of town. And that will need resources. And through that, I was privileged to apply for the transformation fund that was being funded by USAID, and it had a credit ceiling, a grant ceiling of 30,000 USD. And a number of people really tried to apply for that. And also for us, we were not able to succeed in the first phase, but later on we were able to succeed. And through that funding was able to support a lot of our functions. And out of the experiences I got from applying successfully to that fund, I've been able to support a number of other organizations, a number of other young people to apply for such funding to be able to support the interventions. And I know maybe through an additional engagement we can have even after this program, we'll be able to share more about the process of applying to these funds and making it successful, so that in the end of it all, we are able to impact our organization in a big way, create sustainability, that in future we won't have to keep applying for these funds, because who knows, maybe now it is the USA that has been cut off. Next time, these other international partners that we are working with and they're supporting us, they may change their minds in the future. So the question will be, will we be sustainable after that? So this probably is an ongoing conversation that we'll need to have. But at this moment, allow me to stop there. I know we'll be able to share more, even maybe in the question and answer, in case I'll be brought in to answer to a specific question. But at the moment, Boniface, allow me to take it back to you so that I don't stand between people and their lunch. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Asena is requesting for contact. And let's give a round of applause for Simon, please. Let's give a round of applause for Simon. I really thank you for holding up with us up to this time. And we're just about to finish. Don't worry. And rightly, Simon, you put it very well indeed, that we need to do initiatives that are scalable, that move away from our villages to impact the world. And that is the whole essence of this session. We want to make sure that change makers are able to make impact locally, but also collaborate globally, because so funding is including the international sources, and we'll appreciate now in future, because I see there is a need for us to have more intensive conversations about the kind of strategies that we use to apply successfully for these opportunities. In future, we'll get more masterclasses, more sessions for you to share applicable strategies so that young people can continue applying and succeeding, and then also benefiting from the alumni. One of the sources of funding and resources is fellowships and these trainings that we are here for, because it is after that when organizations fund. Even Brian has been a part of diverse fellowships. Myself, I've been part of fellowships, and some of them end with a grant for a project and all that. So it's important to also keep aware. I know we have 10 minutes to go, but I promised also Brian that he will talk about his project. Then we'll finalize with a sample project. So Brian can take about 2 minutes to tell us about his event, and then we will finalize very shortly. So Kidinji, over to you. Is he still with us? He's with us, yeah. So Ajad, I said. Yes. Thank you, Simon. I can see people sending their regards. All right. Let me read what Brian had sent so that we can do justice to that project, and we will support it. We'll be sharing further details. So let me do this. Where is the chat box? Let me check it and see. So, okay, as soon as Brian is back, he can let me know so that we can give him a chance. For now, Johnson talked about a project we are working on called the Right to Learn. And because time is not on our side, I can show you a little bit. Yes, we'll also be having a group photo, so you can start finding a place where you can get a good background for you opening your camera so that you can take a photo after the session. Yes, so let me show you a little bit of project that proposal that we have worked on here. It's here called Right to Learn Stationary Drive. So this is a stationary drive that we are looking at implementing in Kibera. We are supporting a bigger group of friends. And so this is a sample cover page. Tuko pamoja? Can you hear me, Brian?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good one. No. This is not presentable. It's not in a slides form. So it's in a document form. Look at the cover page. So you know, on a cover page, it's looking in a certain way. Yes, you had a PowerPoint. We totally understand. We totally understand, Simon. We'll have future sessions where we can share more information. Yeah, absolutely. So this is the cover page. I hope you can see it. Let me see if people can see it in the reactions section. Are people seeing it? I might be showing things which are not visible. Good. Asante. Now this is the cover page. Sample cover page, simple, but also a bit appealing, showing what the project is, the theme, that this is a proposal, the distribution dates, the partners who are there. So you have an overview of what the project is about. Let's look at the perspective that you mentioned about in the problem statement. We started in Kibera, one of the most informal settlements, according to 2023 Community Education Survey, Mathare and Kibera. Now, this is the perspective because our project largely aligns within the SDGs under education. So we focused on mentioning that we'll do many children struggle to find role models who envision future possibilities, educating mentorship or sustainable development goals. So this is about the project to address these challenges. Then we're inviting partnerships from these organizations that we are working on. This is the problem. In 2023, community education survey conducted by Mathare Kibera Education Watch. 1 in every 3 children in informal settlements across Nairobi lacks consistent access to basic stationery. Then we have objectives, very brief ones. I'll also show you another proposal of this project itself, the Resource-Smart. I'll show you. Objectives to facilitate, to equip students. So we can see the aspect of numbers. This needs to be at most two lines. So then enhance students' understanding of SDG 4, quality education, target beneficiaries are there, program activities are there. On the event day, we have a description of what will happen on the event day, expected outcomes, improved learning conditions for 2,000 students, empowered young minds, 40, how to support. We also have how to support section. This is how it can look like. Your support can make this vision possible. Here is how you can get involved. Donate stationery by providing pens and pencils, support logistics for, these are some of the ways. Partner with us by co-branding, mentorship, and environmental sessions. Amplify the campaign by sharing what's in it for you. By supporting the Right to Learn, your organization will be publicly recognized across all event communications, be featured in impact, receive a certificate, social awareness and governance, build capacity. So one of the things you can see, we have support logistics on stationary delivery. So this is more of a charity. What the organizers had in mind was more of in-kind contributions than cash. So you can see the focus. There's less of asking for finances, but more of asking for in-kind support. So that was the approach of the main organizers of the session. Then you can see the conclusion, talking about the right to learn stationary drive. It's not just about pens and pencils, it's about rewriting the story of education in Kibera, equipping students with essential learning materials, mentorship, and awareness of global goals. We are planting seeds of resilience. We're excited to invite you to partner. Contact details. Thank you for being part of this. Let me also show you a little bit of this particular event's proposal itself, and especially on the problem statement part. Let me check here. How is it? Where exactly is it? Yes, I think it's here. You can look at it. Correct. Let me share it briefly. Here we go. So this was the proposal for this particular project itself. And we have Resource-Smart Changemakers Workshop. The theme is empowering youth with resource mobilization skills. You can see it's a paid workshop. This was not a free workshop, but only sponsored attendees and paid attendees attended. And I saw someone asking why we don't have too many people, like hundreds. But also it's good to support the vision to reach out to more people by creating awareness out of the impact that we have seen ourselves from the event. Let's look at it. The global, now let's look at the introduction. You can see here, I don't know if it's zoomed on your end, you can see the global development landscape is experiencing a significant shift. Traditional aid channels are contracting, with major donors increasingly withdrawing direct support. You can see the problem. Now, this is global. Now, in Kenya, over 12,162 NGOs are registered under NGO Coordination Board, now transition to public benefits of regulated organization. You can see the Kenyan perspective. So those were our two key focus areas on global and Kenya. And then to address these emerging challenges, Member Action Post is convening the Resource-Smart Changemakers Workshop, a virtual event scheduled for 29th of August. That is today. You can see the description, how it looks like. The workshop will target 100 advocates, community organizers, community developers, Western from Kenya. And the workshop is designed to equip participants with practical skills in fundraising, proposal writing, partnership development, and digital resource mobilization through expert-led sessions. You see, even the methodology has been explained here. Let's talk about the objectives. You can see at most two sentences, 2 lines. To understand the fundamentals of resource mobilization, strengthen the ability with writing compelling proposals. Activities will be training, there will be live pitching, which we are currently doing actually, showing you some of the sample proposals that have been done before. All participants receive certificates and downloadable kits with templates, sample proposal and funding guides that will be shared later on email. And then, because we're also looking for partnerships, this is how partnerships packages look like. But then we continue resource mobilizing for future projects. This is in kind support opportunities. We have the conclusion part here. At a time when resource mobilization is really a challenge, there's a need to keep local actors with mobilization skills in urgent and strategic. This workshop is this and this, and we welcome you to support. Some of the organizations we have worked with, just a number of them to show you. We have worked with UNESCO Eastern Africa, FECOMO, Denmark Embassy, SMAX Foundation in the previous, Embassy of Finland in our workshop, USPAC at Technical University of Kenya, Media Council of Kenya. I'm personally an accredited public communications, Padili Africa, Roots, CRECO, GNA, Tribeless, UNESCO, Youth Forum, All of them. Now this at least builds some credibility on the work we do, and then we thank you very much. So that would be. I've not seen your reactions. I don't know if that section was. Good. Sante sana. Yes. So that's where we are. I will now bring in. I don't know if Kilinji is still with us. Kilinji, can you? Okay, sawa. If I find your message, I'll read it and we will also share it with participants later. Then I'll bring in the moderator now to lead us to the next session.
Mr. Boniface Mwema Harrison, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you so much. I see our time is really gone. So I don't know, Mwema, you'd advise, because I think we will be heading over to the closing remarks right now, so that we now do the closing remarks and then we do the way forward. I had seen at least one or two people who had raised their hands. If you still would like to ask a question, please do write it in the chat box, and then we'll take the shortest time possible to address, so that we don't get to 1:10 p.m. while we're still here. Otherwise, I'll still repeat, we are going to take a group photo. So you can now start preparing and changing your position. If you're in a dark place, if you are traveling, you can see how best you can be able to have you in the photo, so that it's going to be an all-inclusive photo. And also, if you'd like us to recognize you as an attendee of the workshop today, you can give us your social media platforms, and then we can be able to give you a recognition. But at this juncture, I'd like to bring in back again Mr. Boniface Harrison, our ED, Mwema Action Post, to give us the closing remarks officially for the workshop, and then we can now have a way forward and close the session officially. Karibu sana, Mwema.
Great. Thank you very much, Serone, for moderating this session with the skill. We have really tried to manage time, and it's a great success that we have tried to save the schedule. Thank you very much. We appreciate that very much, and for continued collaboration that you have shown with Mwema Action Posts and working together. Thank you. To our partners, I thank you once again for choosing to work with us in implementing this great project. If it were not for support, we wouldn't be here today. You would like to be recognized. There's someone here who wants to be recognized, called Youth Climate Change Entrepreneurs. They want to be acknowledged. We acknowledge you very much. Youth Climate Change Entrepreneurs. You can share your LinkedIn profile. People will connect with you. Further, I want to thank our speakers, from Yvonne Ododa to Cleophas Umanyo, to Brian Kivinji, to Simon Odhiambo, and also myself. I spoke at some point. So thank you very much for facilitating this session and offering your personal experiences and sharing hope that it is possible to mobilize resources as a young change maker and do great things. I can tell you, most of these speakers are very well traveled, very well traveled. There's a time Brian Kivinji would not spend a week in Kenya. He was traveling everywhere. Just recently, Simon Odhiambo was abroad. We couldn't connect on network. I've seen Yvonne's profile. Yvonne also told us that she has been working in West Africa for a very long time. So our panel is very well resourced, and the opportunities you've gotten from Youth Fund. Thank you. Let us stay connected. Let us make sure that we apply the insights we have learned from this workshop in life. Let us share with a young change maker in our network, let us apply them where we are, because that would be my joy. That will be the impact of Member Action Post, to see that we have built capacity and people are writing better proposals, they have better approach to partners, they have more knowledge about opportunities that are available for them to get funding. So to you, our esteemed participants, I want to thank you deeply and sincerely for honoring this invite and staying for a straight 4 hours. Is it 4 hours? 9, 10, 11, 12. A straight 4 hours, my friend, is not a joke. That's not a joke. It's a very intensive and immersive session that has been. And I want to thank you for your active contribution and for choosing it wise to dedicate your morning. Imagine your entire morning for this workshop. I want to thank you very much. And I can guarantee you of support from Member Action Post in your initiatives that you are doing. Feel free to invite us. We will support you. And feel free to also take our services that we offer so that we can continue the journey of sustainability and supporting our organizations. I want to also thank God for making this possible, and the team that has been supporting this initiative, from marketing to reaching out to partnerships, communications. I want to thank you very, very much. I look forward to working with you again in the future, and I look forward to continued collaboration once we see funding opportunities and any other information relevant to this workshop. Be sure that you will be hearing from us from time to time, because we have a network of many organizations that offer funding, others that offer opportunities that could link you to potential funding. I want to encourage you to stay in touch. So when you see communication from us in the future, it will be relevant to this workshop and even to the work that we do. Thank you very much for the feedback. We'll also be sharing a feedback form with you via email. Please respond to that feedback form. It will support us to gauge our performance and even prepare better for future sessions. Expect a lot more from Member Action Posts. We'll be doing more initiatives, especially on ground and even continuously virtually. Also, the initiatives that our partners are doing, we'll be sharing them with you so that if you are interested, you can be part of them. I thank you very much, and I welcome the moderator to lead us to the next session to take a photo. Then we can break. Asante.
Thank you so much, Mwema, Executive Director, for the amazing closing remarks. And also to mention all this time as we were going through the session and the whole speaker session, we were actually going back to the objectives and the activities to make sure that we are sticking, and we are making sure that we are ticking every objective that we had planned for this session. And we are glad to mention that yes, we have gone through all the objectives through the amazing speakers that we've had. And I think lastly, as Mwema rightly mentioned, that we are going to have follow-ups for these sessions. So anytime you'll be having proposals that you are writing, we will be happy to offer our service to you. We'll be happy to even issue some of the templates, some of the toolkits that we've been using for resource mobilization, for stakeholder analysis. So all these things we'll be able to have it so that we can have the practicality, because for us to count on the success, we also have to look at the impact on ground on what we've been able to do. So at this point, like for those who are able to switch on their cameras, yeah, if you're able to switch on your camera, please do, and then we'll take just one photo, and then we will call it a day.
Okay, great. Let me see if we have some faces. So, okay, let me try this. So I can see my photo is full on my screen, my photo, but I want to see everyone else. Wonderful. Good to see you all. I want to, okay. Can you take it from your end, Brian, so that we can cross-check who was the better photographer virtually?
Let me see if I'm able to.
If they arrange, I think it is the layout that we need to check. Sasa hii ni session ya piga kapicha. Okay, just wait for it. Yeah. Let me try to take one now. See.
Amazing. Good to see all of you.
Okay, let's try again. Just a moment. Okay. Have you managed to get a more even distributed layout?
I'm trying to remove you as the biggest part of this screen.
Yes, I am everywhere. I'm full. I'm full now. I don't know. Where do we? Okay, so let's try to rearrange this. Okay.
I'm getting a better one.
You've gotten it, eh? You've gotten it.
Yeah, let me see all the faces.
Do gallery view.
Gallery view.
Yeah.
Okay, where can we find gallery view?
Amazing. I can now see people.
You are right. View, where there's view, two dot twingy.
Okay.
I can see all of
view.
you.
I have seen view. Good.
Gallery
view. Wonderful. Now this is the thing. This is now the thing we are looking for.
Yeah.
Sasa tuweke smile. Good. This is an excellent one. Excellent. Perfect. I want to take a final one. Yeah. It's good. Yeah. That's the final one. Yo.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's lovely seeing all of you. And yeah, even those who are in the field, it's good seeing that you've been able to join in. Yeah, so I think we've now come to the end of our very amazing session. And as Mwema mentioned, we are going to have a lot of this session coming in for the next few days. And they're also for the remaining part of the year. So let's keep in touch. We will be able to send follow-up emails with all the details, the recording for the session, and you can all be able to engage and you can be able to learn a lot from this session. Otherwise, it has been lovely having all of you. For those who joined as early as 15 minutes before we started the session, good to see you still here in place, and asanteni sana, and may you have a lovely day ahead.
It's 2 pages. Wait, I have not taken the second page.
Yeah.
The second page, I've seen is 2 pages. No, we could have forgotten some of us who are in the second page. It's good. I think I will print this photo and keep it very well. Wonderful. Good. This is good. Excellent. Now we have the very serious photos, by the way. These ones, we are good. Asanteni sana. All the best in your initiatives. Let's catch up. Good.
Thank you so much. We can leave at our own pleasure. Or those who are still up for networking, we'll have around 10 minutes just to catch up. Yeah, but the session is officially over. Have a great day ahead. And asanteni sana for staying with us. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Otuoma, our very active digital activist. I see you. Thank you for joining in. Yeah.